Shangi Njiru, Honorable John Kiarie Waweru, Honorable Beatrice Kahai Adagala, Honorable Japheth Miriti Kareke Mbiyuki, Honorable Julius Kip Biwot Meli, Honorable Silvana Sosoro Onyego, Honorable Martha Wangare Wanjira, Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose, Honorable Lea Sopiato Sankaire, Honorable Anne Muratha Wanjiku Mugo, Honorable Caroline Jepto Ngelechei, Honorable Joseph Majimbo Kalasinga, Honorable Junet Mohammed, Honorable Joshua Kimilu, Honorable Jessica Mbalu, Honorable Julius Sunkuli, Honorable Samuel Arama, Honorable Ken Chonga, Honorable Nabi Nabwera, Honorable Umulher Harun, and Honorable Ali Wario Guyo. A question will be put for members on the floor of the House this afternoon to approve the list of members that have been appointed to the Committee on Selection. That is one of the businesses that is in the order of this afternoon business for the members of the National Assembly. There is yet another motion that members will be considering on the appointment of the chairperson's panel. A motion that will be moved by the leader of the majority party, that pursuant to provisions of Article 107, subsection 1C of the Constitution, and Standing Order 16, and Standing Order 16 is on the chairperson's panel, which says there shall be a panel to be known as the chairperson's panel, which shall comprise 4 members to be known, respectively as the first, second, third, and fourth chairperson of committees, and who shall be entitled to exercise all powers vested in the chairperson of committees. There is a list of 6 members here. There is Honorable Martha Wangare, Honorable David Ochieng, Honorable Omboko Milemba, Honorable Farama Alim, Honorable Peter Kaluma, and Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai, who have been listed to be in the appointment of the chairperson's panel. It is a motion that will be considered this afternoon for members to approve their appointment. Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast that is brought to you by Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Kam Chemenza. Have a lovely afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have a supplementary order paper, which I hope you all have access to. And that's what will guide our business for this afternoon. Clerk, can you read the orders of the day?
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I wish to recognize a delegation from the Parliament of Uganda. And I wish to introduce to you a delegation of members of staff from the office of the leader of the opposition party in the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, who are seated in the speaker's gallery. They are, when I mention your name, visitors, you stand up for recognition. Mr. Leonard Walusimbi, Senior Policy Analyst. Mr. Ali Lusiba, Policy Analyst. Ms. Victoria Guacala, Research Assistant. Ms. Sylvia Bugembe, Assistant Secretary. Mr. Hamidu Tibenkana, Assistant Secretary. Honorable members, the officers are in the country on a benchmarking visit aimed at, among other things, sharing knowledge and experiences with their counterparts on various subjects, including budget development, scrutiny, monitoring, and evaluation, as well as best office management practices and general administration. On my own behalf, honorable members, and on behalf of the National Assembly, I welcome our visitors to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagement during the course of their stay in the country. Welcome.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, October 12th, 2022, afternoon sitting. 1, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein. A, Nyayo T-Zones Development Corporation. B, Pest Control Products Board. C, Kipchambo Tea Factory. D, Agricultural Finance Corporation. E, National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. F, Wildlife Clubs of Kenya. G, Kenya School of Law. H, Kenya Leather Development Council. I, Emurua Dikir Technical Training Institute. And J, Jubilee Party, my former party, Honorable Speaker. 2, Honorable Speaker, the Bank Supervision Annual Report for the year 2020 from Central Bank of Kenya. 3, the Performance Audit Report on Management of Blood Transfusion Services from the Office of the Auditor General for August 2022. 4, the Forensic Audit Report on the National Optic Fiber Backbone Infrastructure and IP-based HI Path 4000 network projects from the Auditor General for August 2022. 5, the annual report and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the financial year 2021-2022. 1, the Kenya Bank Association, the Public Service Commission, and the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Thank you.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Member for Kakamega County, Els Muhanda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of motion that, aware that school meals are an important safety net for vulnerable children from food insecure households and communities in Kenya, appreciating that school meals have multiple benefits, such as increased school enrollments and attendance, as well as a significant and positive contribution to reducing hunger and nutritional intake. Noting that primary school completion rates have been found to be higher in schools with meals, thus school meals remain a core development intervention to support the country's achievements in the education sector. Recognizing that some county governments have adopted direct and community-led initiatives for ECDE, school feeding programs, concerned that the exercise is not supported with clear policy and budgetary framework, and does not support pupils in the primary and secondary schools who all forms the basic education ecosystem. Cognizant of the fact that provision of school meal programs where they have been initiated encounters different challenges impeding their effectiveness, including, number one, insufficient resources due to low budgetary allocation and cuts. Number two, lack of school feeding policy. Number three, inadequate safe cooking and drinking water. Number four, drought and famine. Number five, introduction of food by pests, destruction, of food by pests. Number six, lengthy and slow procurement process. And number seven, insecurity and dilapidated infrastructure. This House resolves that the Ministry of Education, through the relevant state department, to immediately develop a school feeding policy to cover basic education pupils and proposes budgetary allocation to sustain the program in order to ensure that children are maintained in schools for effective learning. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member, next is Honorable Ali Wario Guyo, member for Garsen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I seek the definite adjournment matters of national importance regarding the ravaging drought in most part of the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33-1, I raise to seek leave for adjournment of the House in order to discuss a definite matter of national importance regarding ravaging drought situation in most parts of the country. Honorable Speaker, due to the late onset of long rain and depressed rainfall amount exhibited by climate change across the country, the drought situation in the country has continued to worsen. According to the National Drought Management Authority, more arid and semi-arid counties of Tana River, Turkana, Kilifi, Mandera, Garissa, Wajir, Kwale, Marsabit, Kitui, Baringo, Makueni, Isiolo, West Pokot, Samburu, Meru, Laikipia, Lamu, Taita Taveta, Kajiado, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Nyeri, and Narok are sliding into the alarm phase of drought. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave of the House to discuss this matter of national concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You need 20 members to support your request.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Other members, I'm satisfied that you have the requisite number.
Thank you.
I'll designate this motion to be debated from 6 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, do 5, Mr. Speaker. This is very important, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we can debate this motion from 5 to 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, motion, appointment of
Go back to order number 7. Member for Bumula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may need to protect me from the Honorable Elisha, who is trying to monoloze me, but it may not be possible, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order number 83 to discuss the whereabouts of a member of this House, the MP Sirisia, Honorable John Koi Waluke. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Waluke was arrested some years ago. Was taken to court, Mr. Speaker, and was charged.
Honorable Amboka, before you proceed, just remember that the Honorable Waluke being a member of this House, you must navigate what you want to say very carefully, because you cannot discuss the conduct or the person of a member of the House without a substantive motion.
The conduct of Honorable Waluke.
The conduct or the person?
Mr. Speaker,
Go on.
as members of this House, we must be concerned, Mr. Waluke, Mr. Speaker, when one of us has issues around them. And on this, I want to indulge members to move with me, because today we are discussing Honorable Waluke. Tomorrow we will talk about another member of this House. Mr. Speaker, there is a very dangerous trend that is happening in this country. I do not understand why Honorable Waluke has been jailed for 70 years, Honorable Speaker, or to pay $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, whereas there are other members of this country who have had issues. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, today, if you are aligned to a certain side of this country, it doesn't matter whether you have a case or not, but that case will be withdrawn. In mind, Mr. Chumo, MD of Kenya Power, his case was withdrawn, among others. The Honorable Aisha Juma, her case has been withdrawn. The Honorable former Governor Samburu has been withdrawn. Waititu case +5, Zachariah Mbugwa, Joyce Ngina, among others, has been withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why Honorable Waluke is still facing persecutions. I don't understand why Honorable Kimunya's case has resurfaced from nowhere. Mr. Speaker, I want to put a case.
Order, Honorable Amboka. Order. Honorable Amboka, the Honorable Waluke has been convicted by a competent court of law That's number one. Number two, the end of his appeal is still a matter which is within the realm of possible appeal by himself to the next court. 3, court's cases are dealt with and decided on each individual case merit. You cannot say that because somebody else was let to go, everybody else should, or vice versa. So like I told you, you are engaged in very, very dangerous swim in dangerous waters. And I want to encourage you, if you wanted to raise empathy with the Honorable Waluke, you are free to do so. But if you want to question the competence of the courts that dealt with the case, then you have no capacity to do so here.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Sirisia people, Bungoma County, and Kenyans at large, who feel perhaps targeted and sidelined, I want to empathize. I want to be in the shoes of the Honorable John Koi Waluke. I want him to know that he is not alone. I want him to know that he is not a child of a lesser God. And I want him to know that we stand with him, and this too shall pass, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was struggling to listen to the gist of what the member for Bumula was asking the House, and you properly guided him. But Honorable Speaker, when you did guide him, he has neither withdrawn the tirade he had against the judiciary or any of the other sentiments that he had expressed that bordered on matters that are sub-judice, because, Honorable Speaker, as you have properly guided him, and I thought it would only have been in order, since we are a House of Records, that the member for Bumula withdraws the short tirade he had mentioning people who are not in this House, like the Honorable Kimunya and others, and allow them to handle their matters before the judiciary. And I think, Honorable Speaker, he just changed tangent and now pretended to be with the people of Sirisia, while the member for Bumula has not even stood in his place to even thank the people of Bumula for electing him. Now he pretends to be speaking on behalf of the people of Sirisia, who also have elected a member of parliament. And it is only fair that the member for Bumula rises in his place and withdraws everything from the record that he had touching on cases that are before competent courts of law and that are being adjudicated in courts of law. Because, Honorable Speaker, as we said from the beginning, we should not use this chamber. And you know, we enjoy certain privileges as members of parliament, but we must never be seen to be using this chamber to disparage other institutions or even persons who cannot defend themselves here. And I think the honorable member for Bumula was completely out of order, and he ought to have withdrawn the earlier tirade before he changed tangent to now pretend that he speaks for the people of Bumula and Sirisia combined. Sirisia is an independent constituency from Bumula. As much as you are in the same county, you cannot pretend that you speak for the people of Sirisia, member for Bumula.
Will not elicit any debate, and I want to advise members that actually, if you really care for the Honorable Waluke, support his lawyers to go to the Court of Appeal and fight for his rights in the Court of Appeal, which is still available to him. Next order. I'm not opening any debate. Let's
Order number 8.
Where they fell.
Order number 8, motion. Appointment of members to the Committee on Selection.
Order, honorable members. The motion was debated, and what was left was putting the question. At the time the House rose, there were not enough members to vote on the motion. Now we are satisfied that we have enough members, and I'll now put the question. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 172, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Selection in addition to those specified under paragraphs A and B of Standing Order 172. The Honorable Eric Karemba Muchangi Njiru, MP. The Honorable John Kiari Waweru, MP. The Honorable Beatrice Kahai Adagala, MP. The Honorable Japheth Miriti Kareke Mbuki, CBS, MP. The Honorable Julius Kibiwot Meli, MP. The Honorable Silvanos Osoro Onyengo, MP. The Honorable Mother Wangari Wanjira, MP. The Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose, MP. The Honorable Lea Sopiato Sankaire, MP. The Honorable Anne Muratha Wanjiku Mugo, MP. The Honorable Caroline Chepto Ngelichei, MP. The Honorable Joseph Majimbo Kalasinga, MP. The Honorable Junet Mohammed, CBS, MP. The Honorable Joshua Kimilu, MP. The Honorable Jessica Mbalu, MP. The Honorable Julius Sunguli, EGH, MP. The Honorable Samuel Arama, MP. The Honorable Ken Chonga, MP. The Honorable Nabi Nabwera, MP. The Honorable Umulkhair Harun, MP. And the Honorable Ali Wario Guyo, MP. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Appointment of the chairperson's panel.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order number 16, that this House approves the appointment of the following members to the chairperson's panel. 1, the Honorable Mother Wangari, MP, first chairperson of committees. 2, the Honorable David Ochieng, MP, second chairperson of the committees. 3, the Honorable Omboko Milemba, MP, third chairperson of the committees. 4, the Honorable Farah Maalim, MP, fourth chairperson of committees. 5, the Honorable Peter Kaluma, MP, fifth chairperson of committees. And 6, the Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai, MP, as the sixth chairperson of the committees. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, having elected our Speaker and Deputy Speaker, we are required under our standing orders to elect, in a way, another person to preside over the House pursuant to Article 107(1)(c), as I've said, Honorable Speaker, and if you allow me, the Article 107 deals with presiding in Parliament and provides for that the Speaker shall preside over all sittings of the House, and in his absence, the Deputy Speaker. And if they are both not there, in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, 1(c), another member of the House elected by the House presides. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, what we are doing now in approval of this panel is basically equivalent to an election of the persons who would be presiding over the House in the absence of the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that previously the Speaker would simply pick any member in the chamber to preside on his behalf, but subsequently, understanding Order number 16, we created that proviso that we can now institutionalize the panel of chairpersons to help the speakership in ensuring that there is seamless presiding over of the House in the absence of the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, in line with the same Standing Order 16, those who served with us in the 12th Parliament and in the 11th Parliament, you remember we had 4 chairpersons, And now, under the 6th edition of the standing orders, you realize that we have 6 members now to, in the 13th Parliament to preside the House, in the absence of both, as I said, of both the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, by merely approving this list of chairpersons, it will be deemed under Article 107(1)(c) in our own standing orders that we have, in effect, elected the 6 persons that are listed on the order paper, and as I have read out. And all these members, Honorable Speaker, you realize are ranking members. The Honorable Kaluma, the Honorable David Ochieng, the Honorable Martha Wangari, Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai are all serving their 3rd terms in Parliament. The Honorable Omboko Milemba, who is right behind me, is also doing his 2nd term and has been a very diligent member in the last Parliament when he first joined the House in the 12th Parliament. It's also important, Honorable Speaker, to note that the Honorable Farah Maalim, besides who was a candidate for Deputy Speaker, and besides being a candidate for Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Farah Maalim is serving his 3rd term, and he's served this House as Deputy Speaker in the 10th Parliament, where he served as Member of Parliament. He also served as a Deputy Speaker under Speaker Marende. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'll just ask members to support these members that we propose for election or for approval by the House as members of the Speaker's panel. And honorable members, for the benefit of our new members, I know, and I see Honorable Farah Maalim, I'm not seen where he was seated, as I paid accolades to him, being a seasoned veteran of the House. I was saying, Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of our new members of Parliament, this panel of chairpersons are the people basically who preside over during the 3rd reading. And I am sure during induction, we all went through the stages of legislation. And the most important stage of legislation is not the 2nd reading where we debate or the plenary. The most important stage in legislation or in legislative matters is the 3rd reading. And these chairpersons are the ones who preside over the House during the 3rd reading. And I really want to encourage our first-time members of Parliament who are serving for their first time in this 13th Assembly, please take your time when we begin real business. I know members have been very eager to make their maiden speeches now in this season when there isn't much business to transact other than the procedural motions and the few other motions that we have done. But when we come to actual legislation and legislative work in the enactment of bills, that work, besides what happens in the committees, the bulk of the work, the actual legislation is done in the 3rd reading. Please take your time. Be present during the 3rd reading. There have been tendencies, especially in the 12th and the 11th Parliament, where I was fortunate to have served, for members immediately after the chairperson takes seat for 3rd reading, you see a whole mass of people walking out. I would beg that we take time. And Honorable Speaker, without naming names, I will remember an incident where in the 11th Parliament we changed legislation during 3rd reading to create the proviso that was just declared unconstitutional by the courts to require members of Parliament who qualify, people who qualify to be elected as members of Parliament, to be people who are university graduates. And half of the people who are not university graduates who didn't hold a degree were seated in this chamber. Others were enjoying their cup of tea at the members' lounge. And I remember immediately after we finished, one member who I don't want to name because they are not in this house today, Honorable Speaker, came running back asking, and I quote, "Imepitia wapi?" Honorable Speaker, I do not want to say that there will be any mischief in the kind of bills that we will pass, But please, I pray that nobody will come running back to the chamber asking, ilipitia wapi, ama ilipitishwa bunge gani? And you are seated here. So please be active participants in the third reading and support these chairpersons. They are all, as I have said, they are all very seasoned parliamentarians. And I want to assure them from the House leadership, both in the majority party and in the minority party, because as in line with our standing orders, the Speaker, in constituting this panel, did consult with the leaders of both the majority and the minority parties, and they have our unequivocal support, and we will support all the 6 chairpersons. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is just to the chairpersons to indicate that as much as the Honorable Farah Malim ran for Deputy Speaker against the substantive Deputy Speaker today, the Honorable Mboko Milemba is from ANC political party, Farah Malim is from Wiper, Honorable Kaluma is from ODM, Honorable Nyamai is from Jubilee. We have Honorable David Ochieng, who is a party leader of his own party in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And I'm saying all this because as much as the Honorable Speaker has balanced the political representation across the floor, these chairpersons do not come to serve the House as members who represent their political parties or affiliated to any coalition. When they sit to preside over the House, they preside on behalf of the Speaker, who is not aligned to any political coalition. And I would really beg on all these 6 chairpersons, when you take charge, please be impartial, be objective, and allow all members a fair opportunity to be heard and to articulate their issues. With those very many remarks, let me have the honor to now move this motion and request the Honorable Pio Wandai to second.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to second the motion for the adoption of or the approval of the proposed members, the chairperson's panel. And just to echo again what the Honorable Chungwa has said, I have no doubt whatsoever in my mind that these honorable members, the 6 of them, do qualify to serve in those capacities. Mr. Speaker, I must also appreciate the fact that this is a result of very intensive consultation, which I am told has happened for the first time since the advent of the new constitution, that both sides of the House at least had a say, or an opinion, on who eventually ended up as being proposed to sit in that exalted panel. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, as you can see from the representation, these are members who represent diverse backgrounds and interests, for that matter. I just hope that immediately they assume office, as indeed we wish they do, they will move quickly to engender confidence from amongst members in themselves, because these are members who will be not only presiding over the third reading or the committee stage of business of the House, but they'll also, many times, they're actually sitting to preside over the general business of the House as speakers, in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. In the morning, Mr. Speaker, I did raise an issue whilst your deputy was on the seat. I do hope that these persons who are now coming on board as members of the chairperson's panel will take note of what I had mentioned in the morning. that members want to see fairness by whoever is presiding over the business of the House at any one given time. Because members have complained a lot that many times they feel they are being skipped whilst they are queuing to make contributions. That's an issue I'm sure they will be able to deal with, so that members have the confidence that whoever is presiding is exercising fairness, equity, and generally sound judgment, so that they get an opportunity to communicate not only to the country, but to their constituents. Otherwise, I have got no doubt whatsoever that these are persons, honorable persons, who will deliver on their new mandate. Thank you. I second.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order 16, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Chairperson's panel. 1, the Honorable Martha Wangari MP, first Chairperson of committees. 2, the Honorable David Ocheng, second Chairperson of committees. 3, the Honorable Mboko Milemba, third Chairperson of committees. 4, the Honorable Farah Maalim MP, fourth Chairperson. 5, the Honorable Peter Kaluma MP, fifth Chairperson of committees, and the Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai MP, sixth Chairperson of committees. Honorable members, there being no interest in debating this motion, I'll now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution and Standing Order 16, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Chairperson's panel. 1, the Honorable Martha Wangari MP, first Chairperson of committees. 2, the Honorable David Ocheng MP, second Chairperson of committees. 3, the Honorable Mboko Milemba MP, third Chairperson of committees. 4, the Honorable Farah Maalim MP, fourth Chairperson of committees. 5, the Honorable Peter Kaluma MP, fifth Chairperson of committees. And 6, the Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai MP, sixth Chairperson of committees. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. And honorable members, the committee at Order 8, the Committee on Appointments, that was approved, debated in the morning and approved a few minutes ago, will meet tomorrow, Thursday, October 13th, 2022, at 11 a.m. at Count Hall Mini Chamber to get a briefing on their work and consider the vetting schedule for them to start vetting the cabinet nominees on Monday. The members that we've just approved, the Chairperson's panel, will meet tomorrow, Thursday, 13th October 2022 at 10 a.m. in the Speaker's boardroom. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Approval of the calendar of the House.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 28, this House approves the calendar of the National Assembly, regular sessions for the first session of 2022 as contained in the schedule to the order paper. Honorable Speaker, members will see the last page of the order paper is a schedule that has our House calendar, and the House Business Committee that we approved yesterday, and we had a meeting immediately after approval by the House, has proposed that we have a total of 33 sittings or 10 weeks, excluding any special sittings or joint sittings, and any other additional sittings as may be approved by the House, in this first session that runs from the time we came in September, on 29th of September, to December 1st of this year. Honorable Speaker, members are aware that the first session is usually guided by various business and activities, including some of what we have already done, the induction workshop that we did with members of the new house at Safari Park earlier this last month, Honorable Speaker. Formation of house committees, Honorable Speaker, which with the passage or with the approval that we've just done of the selections committee, this now will be able to commence. The approval of cabinet secretaries and other state officers, as may be relayed to us by His Excellency the President, and again with the approval of the appointments committee, that will now be able to commence. Honorable Speaker, there is also the appointment of commissioners whose terms may have expired, and the election of the bicameral election of members to the IALA Legislative Assembly, or any other urgent government business that may require consideration by the House. And that is what will largely guide our business in this first session to the 1st of December, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's also worth noting in the calendar that we have laid out, members will note, schools are likely to close, or the school calendar for this third term runs until around the 25th of November, and when students break on school holidays to the 2nd of January. And Honorable Speaker, looking around, you realize, Honorable Speaker, that this 13th Assembly has quite a number of young parents who have young children who will be breaking for their school holidays. And these members, Honorable Speaker, had a very rough time during the election campaigns. And they seriously need that short break in December to spend time with their children and to be able to bond with their children during the school holidays. And I want to encourage members. Honorable Speaker, I am being reminded by the member for Katanga, Wakili Mureu, it is not just bonding with their children, but also with their wives. And because of the 2/3 gender rule, to also allow our distinguished lady colleagues to bond more effectively with their husbands and also their children. And those who may want to Honorable Speaker, let me not get into what I am being persuaded to get into, and just say that I was saying it is important. I really want to encourage those of us who are young parents. Spend time with your life partners, your children, and don't forget your other bigger children, your constituents. This is a time when you take the break in December. It's the first long break that you will have to be able to go back to your constituency and organize affairs at the constituency level. So this calendar has taken into consideration all those things, that right after the campaign, you have a very busy session, almost these 2 months to the 1st of December, the whole of this month and next month. We intend to take a short break, Honorable Speaker, of about 10 days from tomorrow, the 14th, Honorable Speaker, to the 24th of October. We will take a short recess. As I indicated, Honorable Speaker, this is a short and busy working recess, especially for those members who have been appointed to the Appointments Committee and the Selections Committee on Selections, because it is during this recess that we intend to vet the Cabinet Secretaries and other state officers who have been nominated by His Excellency the President. The Selections Committee will place our members in their various committees, so that by the time we resume on the 25th of October, Tuesday 25th in the afternoon, we expect that hopefully these two committees will have completed their work and be able to table their reports on the vetting of cabinet secretaries, and also have placed the report from the Committee on Selections on placement of members to their various committees. Honorable Speaker, this calendar also takes us to the next session, because we will resume as guided by the standing orders, probably, I think on the second Tuesday, I think, of February next year. So when you take a break in January, when your children go back to school on the 2nd of January, and you are left with your wives at home, and the other children, our constituents, we must then spend much more time with our husbands, our wives, and our constituents in the course of January as we release our children to go back to school. And the House Business Committee was considered all these things in agreeing on the dates. So you have another 1 month for further bonding. I encourage members, this is the time again, because when we resume in the first sitting next year, you will be extremely busy. The budget cycle will have started. Those who will be lucky to be nominated to the budget committee, those who will be in the finance committee, and all our departmental committees, you'll be very busy between the months of, between end of January, early February, all the way to June. And I'm saying this to encourage, especially our new members, to know if you do not spend time in your constituency during this long recess, you may lose touch with the ground, and as the saying goes, by the time you go, zapata mambo kwa ground ni tofauti. End of quote. Therefore, with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg the House that we do support this calendar and we pass it as it is. It's largely guided by our standing orders in terms of when the House sits, when it closes, and when we reopen. Therefore, it's not something that we had a lot of prerogative on. Is very well guided by our standing orders, including that the standing orders stipulate that the House sittings will end on the first Thursday in December. And the first Thursday in December happens to be on the 1st of December. I think it's the first time in the last 2 parliaments that I'm seeing as break that early. It's usually either on the 2nd week of December or around the 10th, 11th there. So we are lucky this 13th parliament will have more time, as I said, to bond. Let me, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, request the Honorable Naomi, our Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I second this motion on proposed calendar for the National Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to add a bit as I second that this proposed calendar seems to have taken care of our interest. We are just from elections. Many people are still tired, but this calendar has taken care of our interest. We will soon go back to our constituencies and be with our people as we also bond with our family later as we come to the end of the year. So I second this motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28, this House approves the calendar of the National Assembly regular sessions for the first session 2022 as contained in the schedule to the order paper. There being no contributors to the motion, I'll put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28, this House approves the calendar of the National Assembly regular sessions for the first session 2022 as contained in the schedule to the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, procedural motion. Limitation of debate on bills sponsored by parties or committees.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on bills sponsored by a committee, the leader of the majority party or the leader of the minority party be limited as follows. A maximum of 45 minutes for the mover in moving and 15 minutes in replying. A maximum of 30 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant committee if the bill is not sponsored by the relevant committee, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking. except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each if the bill is not sponsored by either one of them. And that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee in that order. Honorable Speaker, this being a procedural motion, I beg to move and request the Honorable Owen Bayer to second.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this being a procedural motion, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on bills sponsored by a committee, the leader of the majority party or the leader of the minority party, be limited as follows. A maximum of 45 minutes for the mover in moving and 15 minutes in replying. A maximum of 30 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant committee if the bill is not sponsored by the relevant committee, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each if the bill is not sponsored by either of them, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee, departmental committee, in that order. There being no interested contributors to the motion, I'll now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on bills sponsored by a committee, the leader of the majority party or the leader of the minority party, be limited as follows. A maximum of 45 minutes for the mover in moving and 15 minutes in replying. A maximum of 30 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant committee if the bill is not sponsored by the relevant committee, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each if the bill is not sponsored by either of them, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee in that order. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, procedural motion. Limitation of debate on individual members' bills.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. At times I'm very good, Honorable Speaker, in reading the mood, and I can read the mood of the members is to quickly pass these procedural motions so that we go to the adjournment motion on the drought, because that is the issue that touches on many of our constituents. And therefore beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on bills not sponsored by a committee, the leader of the majority party or the leader of the minority party, be limited as follows. A maximum of 3 hours and 30 minutes with not more than 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying. A maximum of 30 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant committee and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking, except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee in that order. I want to request the Honorable Opio and I to second.
Mr. Speaker, I like to second, and this being a procedural motion, there's really nothing much to say about it. The only thing, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, regarding the earlier motion that was approved by the House, I take it that that is a tentative calendar of the House. Yeah, because it can still change. Why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, you know, traditionally, members go on Christmas recess or December recess, long recess, primarily, of course, to celebrate, but also to carry out inspection of development projects financed by the NGCDF. So that may not happen this time around because as we speak, no single cent has been released in the financial year 2022-2023. So I do hope that even as we adopt this motion, which talks about limitation of debate, and as we proceed to with the calendar as approved earlier on, work will be done by the relevant committee to ensure that we have monies, NGCDF monies, in the constituency accounts. That has to happen. Otherwise, we may have to come back and review that calendar. You know, members, for those of you who are new, it is pointless going home for 1 month if there's no CDF project to go and inspect. You will become irrelevant, you will become redundant, and will be basically preparing the path for your going back home eventually when the elections are called. Thank you. I second.
Honourable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on bills not sponsored by a committee, the leader of the majority party or the leader of the minority party, be limited as follows. A maximum of 3 hours and 30 minutes, with not more than 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying. A maximum of 30 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant committee, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking, except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee in that order. There being no interest in debating the motion, I put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on bills not sponsored by a committee, the leader of the majority party or the leader of the minority party, be limited as follows. A maximum of 3 hours and 30 minutes, with not more than 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying. A maximum of 30 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant committee, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking, except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee in that order. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, procedural motion. Limitation of debate on reports of audit committees.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in debate on reports of audit committees be limited as follows. A maximum of 60 minutes for the mover in moving and 30 minutes in replying, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. Honourable Speaker, I think a departure from all the other procedural motions, members will note that this particular procedural motion is giving the mover a whole hour, 60 minutes, because this is on reports by either the Public Accounts Committee, the Public Investments Committee, the Special Lines Funds Committee, and other audit committees, to be able to ensure that many of these reports, which are usually very bulky, the chairperson or whoever is moving the committee's report has adequate time to articulate all the issues that have been raised by the Auditor General and what the committee has considered and their decisions on each of the issues that have been raised. Honourable Speaker, I want to ask the member for Muhoroni to second.
Honourable Speaker, I second. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I propose the question, which is that Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 971, this House orders that each speech in debate on reports of all audit committees be limited as follows. A maximum of 60 minutes for the mover in moving and 30 minutes in replying, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. There being no interest in debating the motion, I'll now put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 971, this House orders that each speech in the debate on reports of audit committees be limited as follows. A maximum of 60 minutes for the mover in moving and 30 minutes in replying, and a maximum of 10 minutes for each other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, procedural motion, limitation of debate on other committee reports.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on other committee reports, including a report of the Joint Committee of the House of Parliament or any other report submitted to the House for which limitation of time has not been specified, shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party and the chairpersons of the relevant committee, if the committee report is not moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee. And that 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply, and further, that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party and leader of the minority party in that order. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Who is second?
I would like to request the MP for Voi Town to second.
Mr. Speaker, this being a procedural motion, I support. I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 971, this House orders that each speech in a debate on other committee reports, including a report of a joint committee of the House of the Houses of Parliament, or any other report submitted to the House for which limitation of time has not been specified, shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee if the committee report is not moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee, and that 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply. And further, that the priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. There being no interest in debating the motion, I now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 971, this House orders that each speech in a debate on other committee reports, including a report of a joint committee of the Houses of Parliament or any other report submitted to the House, for which limitation of time has not been specified, shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee if the committee report is not moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee, and 10 minutes before the expiry of the time the mover shall be called upon to reply, and further that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Order 15.
Order number 15, procedural motion. Limitation of debate on sessional papers.
Speaker has not called me. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on any sessional paper shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of majority and leader of the minority party and the chairpersons of the relevant committee if the sessional paper is not moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee. And that 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply, and further, that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. I'll request the MP from Nyari Barichache, Zahir, to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 971, this House orders that each speech in debate on any sessional paper shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee if the sessional paper is not moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee, and that 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply, and further, that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. There being no interest in debating the motion, I put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 971, this House orders that each speech in a debate on any sessional paper shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes for any other members speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee if the sessional paper is not moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee, and that 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply, and further that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party in that order. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order, order 16.
Order number 16, procedural motion. Limitation of debate on reports of constitutional commissions and independent officers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in debate on the reports of constitutional commissions and independent offices be limited as follows. A maximum of 4 hours with not more than 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying, a maximum of 30 minutes for the chairpersons of the relevant committee, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking, except for the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each. and that priority be accorded to the chairpersons of the relevant committees, the leader of the majority party, and the leader of the minority party in that order. I request the MP for Manyata to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, our Deputy Majority Leader, for this chance. We are still getting used to this house. We are still looking around. I want to second this motion. Thank you very much.
Why are you looking around, Honorable Member? Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in debate on the reports of constitutional commissions and independent officers be limited as follows: a maximum of 4 hours with not more than 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying, a maximum of 30 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant committee, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority be accorded to the chairperson of the relevant committee, the leader of the majority party, and the leader of the minority party in that order. There being no interest in debating the motion, I'll now put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in debate on reports of constitutional commissions and independent officers be limited as follows: a maximum of 4 hours with not more than 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying, and a maximum of 30 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant committee, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority be accorded to the chairperson of the relevant committee, the leader of the majority party, and the leader of the minority party in that order. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order, number 17.
Order number 17, procedural motion. Limitation of debate on the annual estimates and committee of supply.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on the reports of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on budget estimates contemplated under Standing Orders 239 and 240 be limited as follows. 1. General supply debate. A maximum of 3 sitting days with 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 15 minutes in replying. A maximum of 15 minutes for each of the chairpersons of the departmental committees, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each. And that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the respective chairpersons of the departmental committee in the order that they appear in the second schedule to the standing orders. And 2, committee of supply, a maximum of 6 sitting days for the consideration of the proposed allocations to the respective votes programs in the order specified in the schedule submitted by the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Speaker, in the spirit of gender, I would like to request Marianne Kaitan to, thank you. The MP for Aldai to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in a debate on the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on budget estimates contemplated under Standing Orders 239 and 240 be limited as follows. 1, general supply debate. A maximum of 3 sitting days with 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 15 minutes in replying. A maximum of 15 minutes for each of the chairpersons of the departmental committees, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each. And that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the respective chairpersons of the departmental committees in the order that they appear in the second schedule to the standing orders. And 2, on Committee of Supply, a maximum of 6 sitting days for the consideration of the proposed allocations to the respective votes and programs in the order specified in schedules submitted by the Budget and Appropriations Committee. There being no interest in debating the motion, I'll put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 971, this House orders that each speech in a debate on the reports of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the budget estimates contemplated under Standing Order 239 and 240 be limited as follows. 1, general supply debate, a maximum of 3 sitting days with 30 minutes for the mover in moving and 15 minutes in replying, a maximum of 15 minutes for each of the chairpersons of the departmental committees, and a maximum of 10 minutes for any other member speaking except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes each, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the respective chairpersons of the departmental committees in the order that they appear in the second schedule to the standing orders. And 2, Committee of Supply, a maximum of 6 sitting days for the consideration of the proposed allocations to the respective votes and programs in the order specified in the schedule submitted by the Budget and Appropriations Committee. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order, number 18.
Procedural motion. Limitation of debate on Senate amendments to bills originating in the National Assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in the general debate contemplated under Standing Order 146, that is consideration of Senate amendments to bills originating in the National Assembly, be limited as follows. A maximum of 1 hour and 30 minutes with not more than 15 minutes for the mover in moving, 15 minutes for the chairpersons of the relevant departmental committee, and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, if the bill is not party-sponsored. And that 5 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply. And further, that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee in that order. I request the MP, Honorable Member of Parliament for Tetu, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, this being a procedural motion and in view of good use of the House of this time on the limitation of debate on the Senate amendments to bills originating in the National Assembly, I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 971, this House orders that each speech in the general debate contemplated under Standing Order 146, consideration of Senate amendments to bills originating in the National Assembly, be limited as follows. A maximum of 1 hour and 30 minutes with not more than 15 minutes for the mover in moving, 15 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee, and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, if the bill is not party-sponsored, and that 5 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply, and further that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee in that order. There being no interest in debating the motion, I'll now put the question. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that each speech in the general debate contemplated under Standing Order 146, in brackets, consideration of the Senate amendments to bills originating in the National Assembly, be limited as follows. A maximum of 1 hour and 30 minutes, with not more than 15 minutes for the mover in moving and 15 minutes for the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee, and 5 minutes for any other member speaking, including the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, if the bill is not party-sponsored, and that 5 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply, and further, that priority in speaking shall be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant departmental committee in that order. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order, number 19.
Procedural motion. Consideration of certain business received during recess periods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 41 and 42 relating to conveying of message from the Senate and from the President or the National Executive, this House orders that during the short and long recess of the first session, upon receipt of any messages from the Senate or upon receipt of any name of a person nominated for appointment to a state or public office from the President or any other office in the National Executive, the Speaker shall forthwith refer such messages to the relevant committee for consideration without having to recall the House, and report such fact to the House on resumption. And 2, upon receipt of any message from the relevant message relating to the Senate amendment to a bill originating in the National Assembly, the Speaker shall forthwith refer the schedule of the Senate amendment to the relevant committees for consideration pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 145, that is Senate amendments to the bills originating in the National Assembly, and report such fact to the House on resumption. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the MP for Keio South to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This being a procedural motion on the consideration of certain business received during the recess period, I second. Thank you.
Honourable members, as I propose this motion, I want to direct the member for Bura that after this motion, we'll bring forward your time for moving the motion of adjournment, and we'll start with your motion immediately hereafter. Honourable members, I propose the question that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 41 and 42 relating to conveying of messages from the Senate and from the President of the National Executive, this House orders that during the short and long recess of the first session, 1, upon receipt of any message from the Senate or upon receipt of any name of a person nominated for appointment to a state or public office from the President or any other office in the National Executive, the Speaker shall forthwith refer such message to the relevant committee for consideration without having to recall the House, and upon such fact to the House on resumption. And report such fact to the House for on resumption. And 2, upon receipt of any messages relating to the Senate's amendments to a bill originating in the National Assembly, the Speaker shall forthwith refer the schedule of the Senate amendments to the relevant committee for consideration pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 145, Senate amendments to bills originating in the National Assembly and report such fact to the House on resumption. There being no interest in debating the motion, I put the question that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 41 and 42 relating to conveying of messages from the Senate and from the President of the National Executive, this House orders that during the short and long recess of the first session, upon receipt of any message from the Senate or upon receipt of any name of a person nominated for appointment to a state or public office from the President or any other office in the National Executive, the Speaker shall forthwith refer such message to the relevant committee for consideration without having to recall the House and report such fact to the House on resumption. And 2, upon receipt of any message relating to the Senate's amendment to a bill originating in the National Assembly, the Speaker shall forthwith refer the schedule of the Senate amendments to the relevant committee for consideration and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 145, Senate amendments to bills originating in the National Assembly and report such fact to the House on resumption. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we will now go back to order number 6, and this will relate to the motion of adjournment to which authority has been granted to the member for Bura. Garsen, not Bura. I'm sorry, Mheshimiwa, but you are neighbors. And call upon the honorable member to move the motion. Honorable members, it means that this motion will run from now 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. You have how many hours? 3 hours. And honorable members, under Standing Order 34, contribution to such motion is limited to 5 minutes for every member. So when you are called upon to contribute, compose your messages, focus your contribution, and deal with the issue. And remember, the issue is drought ravaging the country in many, many parts of our country, particularly the northern parts of Kenya, the eastern parts of Kenya, the coast of Kenya. Welcome, member for Garsen, to move your motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, the cumulative impact of 4 consecutive poor rainy seasons has caused ravaging drought and hunger to rapidly rise in the country.
And member, you have 10 minutes for moving the motion.
Thank you. The cumulative impact of 4 consecutive poor rainy seasons has caused ravaging drought and hunger to rapidly rise in the country, especially in arid and semi-arid lands, regions of Kenya. This has resulted in an estimated 3.5 million experiencing acute food insecurity and in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. A 5th consecutive poor rainy seasons could prove disastrous, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, the household food security continues in deteriorate with 942 children aged between 6 and 95 months, pregnant and lactating mothers, acutely malnourished and in need of treatment. Livestock deaths driven by drought have been reported in most parts of ASAL counties. The general increase in most consumer goods continues to weaken the purchasing power of most consumer goods, worsening the food security situation. Call to action in response to climate change. To mitigate its effect, there is need to invest in policies that reassure our commitment to climate action. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you are aware, the drought has really affected our areas, especially in Tana River County, my constituency, Garsen. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are doing a water tracking, which is very expensive. The source of water is 160 kilometers away. The area like Odoganda location, Mr. Speaker, sir, the lion and hyenas nearly feed on our mothers because they are struggling, they are fighting over water, Mr. Speaker, sir, the scarcity of water. Also, Mr. Speaker, sir, the school-going children, the boarding school, Asa boarding school, Mr. Speaker, is facing closure because there is no water, there is no food, Mr. Speaker, sir. Also, there is a human-wildlife conflict, Mr. Speaker. The wildlife have moved to the scarce water source of water source, the scarce water source, Mr. Speaker, which is a well being dug by hand, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we need urgent intervention. Deaths of livestock have been reported. Human deaths has been reported because of hunger and thirst, Mr. Speaker. What I'm requesting, Mr. Speaker, is this House to approve for the urgent intervention by the government, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this situation to be handled. Mr. Speaker, you know there is policies of the government to do mega dams in those affected areas, Mr. Speaker. Once the mega dam is being done, we will have a long-lasting solution for these areas. I beg to move the motion, Mr. Speaker. I want my good brother, former CS, Mr. Mwangi Kiunjuri, to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kiunjuri, Alex has a discretion to give you your 5 minutes and the balance of his 5 minutes for you to talk for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very important motion. And before I make my contribution, I really want to thank the people of Laikipia for electing me for the 4th time. They elected me for 15 consecutive years, 3 terms uninterrupted. And now they have also given me another opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate you for also being elected to the seat of the Speaker and you are deputy. I know that this House is in safe hands. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that we have a record since 90s being in this House. We have enough experience. I also have the opportunity to have served as minister in the previous government and also to serve at the having Department of Special Programs under my ministry. And therefore, this is an area that I am knowledgeable in it. And Mr. Speaker, it is one of the areas that need to be taken seriously by this House. And I hope that it's not going to end by us discussing this motion today. Mr. Speaker, the issue of drought is not only affecting this country, it is a worldwide phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, climate change is real and has really affected the lives of many people in the world. High cost of living being experienced everywhere, not only because of the crude prices, Mr. Speaker. You can see the cost of the essential commodities very high. Very few families can now be able to feed their families. the cost of food very high, people have no money, and a lot of our youth are jobless. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we debate today, it is important to note that climate change is real. If you are able to observe the cycle, drought cycle in this country, you look at what was happening in the 70s and the 80s. Drought used to occur between 8 and 10 years. In the 80s, late 80s and 90s, the cycle changed from 8 to 10 years, and it was between 4 and 5 years. What is happening today is that the cycle has now come down to 2 to 3 years. It is really worrying. There are a number of interventions that have been put into place. However, we don't have any particular policy that have been highlighted that can be able to be carried in unison to ensure that at least we can predict on what to do this year or next year. Measures taken, for example, Mr. Speaker, we have policy documents that are in place, like adding drought emergency strategy. This strategy was meant, Mr. Speaker, and is already in place to ensure that key development activities supposed to be undertaken, both short-term and long-term, are in place. Mr. Speaker, we have the ASO policy program also in place and being revised today. We have also National Disaster Risk Management Bill and policy already at cabinet level. We don't know when it will be able to land in this House. We have resilience program framework, not finalized and signed, and it indicates clearly key activities that are supposed to be implemented to build resilience. Mr. Speaker, there are priorities that must be taken into place. For example, when there is drought, the issue of peace and security is threatened. We have cattle rustlers coming into place, raiding each other, a lot of deaths being caused, and this is what is happening in this country today, a lot of insecurity. Insecurity not only in terms of human to human, but also human-wildlife conflict in those areas that we border our forests, ranchers, and we are really being threatened. Even the little that we could have harvested during harvest periods is harvested by wild animals, elephants, manes, all over the country. And therefore, this is an issue that requires to be put into place, prioritization on how we tackle drought to ensure that we have security in this country. Education and opportunities for our youth is also very important because, again, those young people, and especially those coming from our ASO counties, do not have the opportunity to get proper education. And therefore, affirmative action must be put into place to ensure, for example, if there are schools, we must have low-cost boarding primary schools to ensure that kids are kept in school. And also institutions that are there strengthened, and strengthening in terms also on how to deal with issues to deal with the drought situation in the country. We have, Mr. Speaker, issues to do with women empowerment are also very important, and also the issue to do with institutional strengthening. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issues of institutional strengthening, again, there must be clarification of roles that are carried out and responsibilities between the national government and the county governments. We are to ensure that there is a borderline. When should the national government intervene, and when should the county government be able to intervene? And this, Mr. Speaker, must be very clear, because today, if you leave this activity to the county governments, which are supposed to be the front line, which are supposed to be able to take their responsibility seriously, most of them cannot be able to rise to the occasion. Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of enhanced governance and accountability. Right now, distribution of relief food is ongoing to those counties that have been privileged so far, because most of us, our counties have not yet been able to receive any relief food. But again, how do we account not only for the funds, but also distribution of relief food? Monitoring and evaluation, not only in terms of relief distribution, but in any other government department. This is one of the departments that must be strengthened in this country. Why would you wait, Mr. Speaker, year in, year out, for the Auditor General to come and pinpoint the issues in the ministries. What happened 5, 10 years ago? Because at the end of the day, the report of from the Auditor General Office, you read in this House 3 or 5 years when the issues happened. It is important that we strengthen monitoring and evaluation, make sure that those departments are strengthened so that we can be able to cure any ill any time that start occurring. There is also policies that needs to be harmonized, Mr. Speaker, and finalized. You can see that we have so many of these policies that are running. If we can be able to harmonize them, know which one comes into place when, then, Mr. Speaker, we shall be able to say that this country is moving in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, some of the programs that have been set into place are through a drought emergency strategy. They had prioritized on areas, priorities, which dams should be built where should we do water harvesting, which measures should be taken to ensure that the farming communities and the pastoralist communities are living in harmony to support each other. All these strategies are in place. But, Mr. Speaker, instead of us looking at what is very important, we have put our priorities upside down. We have the big 4 agenda, Mr. Speaker. If today we are able to address the question agriculture in this country, which can be able to support other activities, because, Mr. Speaker, when a country is well fed, you know health is not curative, but preventive. And, Mr. Speaker, if we can put enough funds, and I'm happy that the President addressed himself to this issue that is going to support agriculture. And when you speak of agriculture, Mr. Speaker, it is not only about seed, it's about fishing, it's about livestock. All this is encompassed there. Mr. Speaker, lastly, is that the issue of emergency food is so important. People are dying, Mr. Speaker, almost dying. You go to schools, our people are fainting in classroom, enrollment has gone down, and therefore we are calling upon the government to issue food and immediately to our schools, whereby we shall be able to support our people to be able to go through education system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
Thank you. To second.
To second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the House do not adjourn. We have plenty of time. Each member will speak. So if you hold your horses, there shouldn't be unnecessary conversing. Each one of you will have time. Farah Yakub Fafi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Indeed, I'm humbled that you gave me this chance. At very least, I thought my card is not working. I've been here for the last 5 days, from the start of a session to the end, believing that maybe there's something wrong with my card, my numbers, and our senior brothers who have been here have not shown us the tricks so that we can move upwards in the queued system. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will have been the first to congratulate you, but I'll give you a fermented congratulation, as they say in our family. I'll tell you I'm saying congratulations for you being elected. I want to thank and bow to my people, the Fafians, a special bow to Hangolites for delivering this seat, giving me the mandate to represent them, the power to legislate, the mantle to oversight in this House. I say thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's also an honor that the subject of the matter, when I'm given the chance to talk, is a matter of dear importance to me and my people. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fafi constituency in Garissa town is the largest constituency in Garissa. It's a constituency which has 45-kilometer stretch of river, Tana, 50-kilometer of borderline to Somalia. It's a constituency with people of great generosity in that they harbored, welcomed, host Somali refugees to the number of 200,000 and above. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we speak drought, every household in a ward called Fafi Ward, the host community in that area, host a number of around 5 to 10 individuals who are refugee influx, famine influx from southern parts of Somalia Gede region. These numbers to about 65,000 people. They have not been registered, they have not been catered for, and they are burdened to a family whose main problem today is bringing a source of bread in their table. Mr. Speaker, sir, drought has been an issue which has been there in this constituency since the time of independence. It comes, it goes. Now hitting us hard in that this is the 5th system without rain in that area. The funny part of it is 2 kilometers from the river in that constituency, if you live 2 kilometers from the river in that constituency, inwards, you'll find no water. The farthest point from the river to the borderline in my constituency is 200 kilometers. If something is done, money is poured, funds is given, I believe water could have been pumped from River Tana to the farthest point in my constituency. And today I could not have been here saying there's lack of water in my area. Government has been doing a lot of interventions, but of little importance. It was important, but of little. Rain harvesting have been the main interventions the government used to do. As we speak, there are over 200 water pans done in that constituency. I can see the light is on. But the issue of drought in our area is culminated by lack of water in that area. It's because of lack of water in that area that the schools today, 28 primary schools in my area are closed or almost to be closed because of lack of water. It's because of lack of water in that area that there's insecurity because of conflicts in the little water pans which are there, which has water today. This is an area which used to have Arawale Reserve, but because of lack of water and drought today, the hunter's heartbeat, Herola, a wild rare species, which was 10,000 in numbers in 1980. Today, the numbers are less than 200 or 100. Mr. Speaker, sir, I second the motion. I support the proposal to adjournment. I know this is a dear, important subject to our area, and I want a great government intervention in that area, and government will enhance sectors.
Member for Laikipia West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to talk on this motion. First, I'll join the other people members in congratulating you for being elected the Speaker of this National Assembly. The second thing is that I would like to thank the people of Laikipia West for seeing it fit to vote for me as their member of parliament. This is not the first time they have voted for me. In 2013, the people, good people of Laikipia West voted for me. Again, I was a member of parliament. Then in 2017, they gave me a break for 5 years. I had the time to reflect, and then they voted me back in this general election. I want to thank them. I want to assure them that I will perform my duties as they expect of me. I'm now more energized, and I will do whatever the promises that I made during the campaigns, Madam Speaker. On the motion at hand in our county, in Laikipia County, we are also experiencing the same problem, though it's not as severe as it is in the northeastern. we have some plenty of crop, but we are also having problems. Like my counterpart, the member for Laikipia East, Honorable Mwangi Kinjuri, has said, we are having problems with the conflict between the livestock, the conflict between the wild animals and the people because of their crops. I want this government to address that situation because the crop we are having is retro, and if it can be conserved, it can help in other regions that do not have any. Second thing that I would want to address, Madam Speaker, is that usually I find a very difficult cycle in our place. Whenever we start planting, the prices of seeds, fertilizers go up. But when it comes to harvesting time, like now we are preparing to harvest for starting this month to the next month, add-on, the prices of the produce, farm produce, goes down. So we are asking this government, which we are serving, to do whatever possible. There was the promise that the prices of the farm produce will be looked at, and I pray that we fulfill that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Laikipia West. I know that you had great difficulty with your card yesterday, and in fact it did go missing, and we hope that you have recovered it now. Next, we have Member for Samburu North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the great people of Samburu North for giving me the opportunity to represent them in this August House. I would also like to thank them for electing leaders who stood on the platform of peace during the just concluded elections. And I'd like to encourage them and to tell them that the path of peace will only come through dialogue. I would like to encourage them and tell them that I will stand on that path, and I would like to thank them for their support and their prayers, encouragement, and the belief that they have that peace is indeed possible in Samburu North. Madam Speaker, the people of northern Kenya are languishing in acute famine, the likes of which have not been seen in generations. It's a matter of life and death in the counties of northern Kenya. Samburu North, to be specific, as of last week, there were almost 40,000 households which are in dire need of food interventions. We all know that the famine in northern Kenya is cyclic. We know that next year there's going to be famine or hunger. The year after that, we know that it's going again to be there. It's a shame that we stand in the floor of this house and talk about acute hunger. And we hear that there have been papers and strategic plans, but pretty little implementation on the ground. I would like to laud the President in his speech that he delivered in this House a few days ago. And I would like to appreciate the food that he had given as a relief measure to northern Kenyan counties. I would like to thank him on behalf of the people of Samburu North, but I would like to tell him that the food was inadequate. I would like to also thank him because on his speech he alluded to value addition of livestock products. I would like to ask that the livestock offtake programs be quickly implemented, because as we lose livestock, in this famine, that's a great loss. The government can offtake that livestock and supplement families. I would also like to speak about the perennial underdevelopment in northern Kenya. He spoke about such things as, you know, the livestock offtake programs and so on, industrialization in the north. We would like him to, you know, address the sessional papers which had legitimized the underdevelopment of some parts of this country, and not just in words, but in action. I would like to also put it on the floor of this House that there have been cases of children fainting in classes. There was a fatality in Samburu East 5 days ago. I would like the government to step in and really provide for the school feeding programs, because that has not been in existence since June this year. That's among the small things that I would like to contribute on the drought debate in the House. And I would like to thank the great people of Samburu North for giving me an opportunity to amplify their voice. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
A member for Taveta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to make my first contribution in this House. I will try as much as possible to be very brief. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, let me take this exceptional opportunity to thank my family and the great people of Taveta for the exceptional privilege they have bestowed on me to serve them as their Member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I have followed the proceedings of this House very keenly for the last 5 days, and I prayed so much to get this opportunity to speak. I am pleased to note that this is a huge privilege, and as Senator McCain had said, I can confidently say this is a service to a cause better than my self-interest. Madam Speaker, my standing here means that the Chamber has said goodbye to one of its finest women parliamentarians, my predecessor, Dr. Naomi Shaban. Dr. Naomi has enjoyed a distinguished political career for 20 years and has mentored many young women in Kenya, and I respect her for that. I pray that I will fit in her shoes, and even more important, I pray that God will open for her new doors. Madam Speaker, my being here is God. And I want to take this rare opportunity also to thank God for giving me this opportunity to serve in this august House. With respect to Taveta constituency, Madam Speaker, I have taken leadership at a time when there is a lot of challenges. And I know many constituencies, many of my constituents who are watching me right now, one of the issues that is of concern to them is the issue of infrastructure, and especially the Taveta Illicity Road, which I always say the road is so worse than the road to hell. Madam Speaker, on the issue that is before you today, the issue of drought, I want to address two issues. One, I appreciate the intervention that has been made by the government of Kenya to distribute food to 3 million Kenyans. But I dare say that it is not enough. Key concern, Madam Speaker, are our children in school, and we plead. The President say we save 3 billion, and I plead to him that the 300 billion that we are saving from the ministries that he has indicated should actually be applied to supply, should be supplied to ensure we have free secondary education, and at the same time, we have food for our children in school. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate to the House that a greater population also suffer from drought. These are pastoralists. Food is not enough. They have livestock to take care of. And this House, in the year 2013, Madam Speaker, passed the Kenya Wildlife Conservation and Management Act. This is Act number 47 of 2013. Specific interest, Madam Speaker, is at Section 102 of that Act, which says that we should have guidelines. The Cabinet Secretary and the Kenya Wildlife Services should create guidelines to ensure that our grazers access national parks for purposes of grazing and watering of livestock in terms of drought and national disaster. My plea today, Madam Speaker, is the implementation of Section 102.
Member, I can give you a minute to finish your sentence.
I was saying that even if you were to go to the national parks today, Madam Speaker, you will find animals grazing there. The only problem is that they graze at a fee, which is an illegal fee. And what we are saying, because we all agree that drought is now a national disaster, let us allow our grazers to access the national parks in accordance with Section 102 of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act. With those few and many remarks, Madam Speaker, I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had to give you an extra time because my hat's off to you if you fail our matriarch of women politics in Kenya. I now call upon Member for Ganze.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also take this opportunity to thank the people of Ganze, the people from the 4 wards of Ganze, that is Bamba, Jaribuni, Sokoke, and Ganze, for overwhelmingly electing me to represent them in this 13th Parliament. I also take this opportunity, like my colleagues, to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, for getting elected to lead this House, and also the Speaker, Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula. Madam Speaker, I come from Ganze, which is a very dry constituency. It still faces a myriad of challenges many years after independence. The people of Ganze are still struggling with the necessities of life, such as bad housing, water shortages, poor road infrastructure, and poor education. Madam Speaker, almost 80% of Ganze is currently affected by the ravages of the ongoing drought and famine. Livestock farming, which is the economic mainstay, has severely been hampered as all pastures have dried up. The few water ponds, which are shared by humans and wildlife, have also currently been invaded by elephants from the Tsavo East National Park. Madam Speaker, the President talked in paragraph 48 of his speech the fact that 3.5 million people are affected by famine in Kenya. This is the true position in Ganze right now. As we speak right now, it has not rained for the last 3 years in Ganze. The people there right now are surviving on a meal, 1 meal after 3 days. The situation is so bad and it calls for urgent and immediate government intervention. Madam Speaker, we saw the President launching relief supplies to the drought-stricken areas the other day. But I want to tell this House that these supplies are yet to reach Ganze. And I urge all those concerned to make sure that in the soonest time possible, these relief supplies get to reach the people of Ganze who are suffering so much. Madam Speaker, Ganze is blessed with the seasonal rivers, and when it rains, a lot of water drains to the ocean. If there's a way that this water can be preserved, it can go a long way in alleviating the water shortages that are facing Ganze right now. And it is against this backdrop that I ask the government to immediately start construction of the Rare Dam. This is a dam whose feasibility study was done a long time ago, and even a design was done. But I can say right now here today that this report is lying somewhere in the Ministry of Water, gathering dust, and nothing has been done on the ground. If this dam can be constructed, I know it can go a long way in making sure that there is enough water for use, both by human and livestock keepers in Ganze. The drought situation in Ganze has been compounded by the fact that there has been an invasion of elephants into the human settlements. So we are facing a serious human-wildlife conflict, which also needs immediate government intervention to help the situation. Because as it is right now, even if the rains come and the farmers get to their fields, nothing can grow because the elephants are all over and they will destroy the crops. So I also urge the government to think, to come up with long-term solutions, including, if it will be possible, fencing off the Tsavo East to contain the animals into the reserve, and also now enable the farmers to do their farming without interruptions from the wild animals. There are many challenges that are facing Ganze right now. Poor education, which is compounded by the fact that the children are dropping off because they can't go.
Thank you, Member for Ganze. Now call upon Member for West Mugirango.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I take the earliest opportunity to congratulate you and Mr. Speaker on your deserved election as our Speaker and Deputy Speaker, respectively. I, in particular, celebrate you, Madam Speaker, on behalf of my class, that you had the honor to teach civil procedure during my second coming to the University of Nairobi. My name is Steve Mogaka. I am an accountant, a banker, and an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And those are the skills, Madam Speaker, the people of West Mugirango saw fit to present to this House for use as part of the solution provision for the people of Kenya. And for that reason, I have the humble opportunity of thanking the people of West Mugirango for coming out in large numbers and voting me in overwhelmingly, and I promise I will not let them down. I am, in fact, a miracle MP, because from the ward I hail from in West Mugirango, there has never been an MP except for 9 months only, when the late George Justus Morara served and died in a road accident. And before that, my other ward member, Honorable Thomas Mongare, had also died within 1 year of election, and may God rest their spirits in eternal peace. Madam Speaker, as we support this motion of adjournment, the people of West Mogrango are mourning because they woke up to a brutal murder of a lady school principal of Rangenyo Secondary School. I am hoping that when Mr. Mutiambai and George Kinoti resigned or tendered their resignation, this is not what we are going to be treated to in the Republic of Kenya. Through this House, Madam Speaker, I am pleading to the investigating agencies to get down to the bottom of what killed Madam Lydia, who killed it, and let them be brought to book as soon as practicable. Talking of the droughts ravaging this country, Madam Speaker, indeed, this has been a cyclical, vicious circle in the Republic of Kenya every other season. I sympathize with our compatriots in the ASAL areas and request that this country gets a permanent solution to the drought problems in this republic. But as we speak of drought, the area I represent, West Mogrango, Madam Speaker, is within the convectional rain region of Lake Victoria. And as the sun burns the rest of Kenya, the convectional currents go amok, and the Gusii region is only ravaged every other day with hailstones and hailstorms, which destroy crop, which destroy food, and never in this republic have I heard talk of possible compensation for victims of hailstones and hailstorms. My areas of Enchoro, Samaro, and parts of Bunyamatuta ward, the last 2 weeks suffered serious hailstorms. And coming with those hailstorms is actual hunger, because the food crops go, the cash crop being tea, being coffee, being pyrethrum, they also go. And I will be proposing an amendment to the Disaster Act of this country, that when we talk of a drought, the flip side of it is always hailstones and heavy rains which wash away soils and create floods to our neighbors in the Nyando region. Madam Speaker, as we join this 13th Parliament, and I celebrate the speech by His Excellency President William Ruto, particularly when he admitted that this country is broke. Broke, yes, it is, but as a result of this brokenness, we
Member for Kajiado East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. We have been sitting here for the last week, and I was wondering whether my card was not working, but I'm very pleased to have got this opportunity. And I congratulate you, Madam Speaker, for being appointed as Deputy Speaker for our House. I also congratulate our Speaker, Wetangula. I say congratulations. We look forward to supporting you and to delivering what we need to deliver to our Kenyans. I also like to take this opportunity to thank my people of Kajiado East constituency for electing me as the IMP to represent them and to bring development to them. I also like to thank my family for their unconditional support. And I also like to thank my friends in the diaspora community where I was living in the United States. many of us wish to have the opportunity to be able to return to Kenya and help our countries in the ways that we can. And when I told them that I was going to vie for this seat, many of them expressed a great deal of support and encouragement, as they all also wish that they can find ways to help our country. Madam Speaker, I was very pleased to hear that strong emphasis of our presidents in food production. This country obviously is suffering. Many parts of our country are suffering due to lack of sufficient food supply. And I hope that with his policies and his focus on agriculture, that we will be able to do someday to supply enough food to our people. It's very sad to see that every year, generations after generations, we continue to face food shortage. And we continue to see a lot of our people are struggling due to lack of food. And I hope that with policies of this administration, with the food subsidies that he's giving to our populations, the fertilizers to our farmers, I hope that we'll all, at the end of the day, will yield good results for our communities. With the recent subsidies that was given for fertilizer, although it is very good to see that, I also wish to see subsidies be given for for feeds, for animal feeds, so that our pastoral communities can also afford to buy feeds for their livestock and grass. So I hope that moving forward, that and considering the dire situation of drought in the country, that our government will be able to come up with also subsidies for animal feeds so that our communities can feed their livestock. In terms of drought situation, my constituents, like many other who spoke before me, are struggling right now. There isn't enough grass. Last weekend, I went to my home. I found 6 cows are actually being helped because they can't stand anymore because they don't have grass. Our people are struggling to feed their families, struggling to feed their livestock, and you can see a dire situation happening. Children are struggling in schools, and I hope that in this House, with our government, with the new administration, we can work collectively to find measures and find ways to be able to help our people so that they can come out of poverty. I also realize, and many folks from the pastoral communities, that livestock farming is becoming very difficult in these arid lands. It is my hope that our government, together with our National Assembly here, will be able to come up with ways for how to mitigate with the drought. Because having our people depending on relief food every year is not sustainable right now. I also wished to have seen the President talking about environmental conservation and habitat conservation, because we need to restore our environments, grow more trees, and find ways we can cope with the climate. With that few remarks, because I see my time is up, I'm grateful for the opportunity, and we look forward for days again to find ways to.
Member for Keyo North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This being my first day today to speak in this House, I want first to thank the Almighty God for giving me this opportunity, and also to thank the people of Keyo North constituency for sending me to this House to represent them. People from Kapchemuto Ward, Mutei, people from Sergoit, across the constituency. I want to tell them that I'm here as their voice. Madam Speaker, I wish also to assure my people that I will represent them diligently and working with all state agencies and ensure that electricity supply goes to all parts of our constituency. Madam Speaker, we have projects in my constituency like Amarin Stadium, which has not been completed because of challenges here and there during the last regime. But under this government, I'm sure that we are going to complete it. Madam Speaker, I don't want to forget my mentor, the Honorable Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, whom I worked under him for 10 years as his personal assistant. I want to tell him thank you very much, wherever he is, for mentoring me to this level that I represent the people of my constituency. To conclude on that is to thank my family and my campaign team, and in a special way, my father, Mr. Yusuf Kaitany, who unsuccessfully ran 3 times to represent this, our people. But now I thank God that he is alive and he's seeing me here representing the people that he would wish he wanted to represent. I say thank you. Madam Speaker, on this motion, I want to say that drought has really affected many people, especially in many parts of our country, especially in Kerio Valley. And Madam Speaker, first we need to look at the effects of this drought. Children are no longer going to school because they are concentrating to look for something to eat. Education has also gone down because of that thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have seen deaths, both in human and livestock, Madam Speaker. And people are suffering. They are suffering both by losing their loved ones and at the same time, livestock, Madam Speaker. So this issue is very dire, and we know that serious intervention needs to be put in place. The same drought has even caused insecurity, Madam Speaker. All the fights that is happening in Kerio Valley and even many other parts in the horn of Kenya is as a result of drought. People who don't have anything to eat are now resulting in doing things which are inhuman, and that's why I'm saying measures should be put in place. For us to see a transformative country in terms of food security, I think we need to concentrate not only on rain-fed farming, but we should also move from there to what do you call it? Irrigation, Madam Speaker. Like in my constituency, we have Kimwarer Dam, Aroran Kimwarer, which we are sure that if it could have been constructed, we would have a much supply of food, which will eventually assist our people to increase food production. Madam Speaker, I know, and I'm sure that many members in this House are also getting a lot of grievances from members of their constituency, whom are asking for maybe support in terms of food and many other supports. Madam Speaker, going forward, I wish this House will consider putting some good budget so that our farmers can be motivated to increase production. Because if a farmer can get good money at the end of selling his or her produce, that will motivate them to increase production, and in the long run, we will not be facing challenges like what you are facing today. Madam Speaker, I am so happy, I am excited, and I don't want to spend my time. I am happy because at least my people have heard me speak for the first time. Thank you very much.
Member for Dadaab, and thereafter we'll have member for Makueni. I know that you've been having challenges with your card, so I think you better have someone help you with it because you're going next. Thank you. Member for Dadaab.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for having allowed me to contribute on this motion. I also join my other colleagues who have congratulated you and the Speaker of the 13th Parliament, the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, for having been elected as deputy, as Speaker and Deputy. Madam Speaker, I stand in this place, the same place where I stood about 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago, when we had exactly the same problems that we have now. For the longest, the people from the arid and semi-arid areas of this country have been subjected and have been at the mercy of the vagaries of weather. The government at independence started off on the wrong note. because we had what was called then the Sessional paper number 10 of 1965, whose gist was what they called intensification of the investment of the government and country in the high potential areas, and absolutely no mention of the low potential areas. The gist of that sessional paper was that the government ended up spending on investing nothing in those areas to try and promote the kind of agriculture or the mainstay of the lives of those people. Madam Speaker, we are going through the same cycle 30 plus years, 60 years, almost 60 years, 1965 and today is 58 years. Madam Speaker, I have personally had the pleasure of trying to deal with the issue of drought in my own ways when I was in the 10th Parliament and got the best results that anybody would ever get those days. What happens, for those who are not from the pastoral backgrounds, I'll tell you, the problem with this kind of weather is that there are limited number of water points. Because of the limited number of water points, the livestock will congregate in that place and will eat all the pasture. So the area itself becomes totally degraded and does not have any pasture. But because there is no water where the pasture is, and there's no pasture where the water is, the animal have got to go like 3 days or 2 days to go and look for pasture. For such animals like cows, or cattle for that matter, they can only stay about 3 days without water, Madam Speaker. They have to then foot back or trek back to where the water was. They die on the way. That's why you see the kind of stuff you see right now. They die on the way. In the drought of 2010-2011, I engaged 59 water boozers myself in my own constituency, using both the emergency component in the CDF as well as some other very good, powerful donors that came on board, which included those days the Millennium Villages program, which was partly in my constituency. Madam Speaker, not only were we able to save the livestock or the livestock in its entirety, but they were so strong that we could sell them in the market and fetch very good prices for them because we were taking water to where the pasture is and the animals stayed where the pasture is. It is not rocket science for the government to adopt such strategies to try and protect the livestock because everybody eats meat. We had lunch today and there's meat. There's mutton, there's goat meat, there's cow meat, there's camel meat, which is extremely delicious. But why is it that we have never had a government that seriously undertakes to make sure that these people or this sector of the economy itself is protected the same way the tea is protected, the coffee is protected, and all other agricultural areas, agricultural crops are protected?
You may have 1 minute to finish your sentence.
I don't know how, okay. There you go. I thank you for your 1 minute. Being a former speaker myself, who has been out of this parliament for the last 10 days for one reason or the other, I took a little bit longer and there was a lot of, but the idea is, for God's sake, let's get for once a government that cares about these people and this sector of the economy itself, for once. The ideas and the strategies are in abundance. You go to Namibia, they have got the biggest ranches there. They have got what you call the best beef there. They export to the European market. They don't have land as good as ours. Theirs is even much more arid than ours. But because of the intervention of the government, because of the fact that there is water everywhere and there is the growing of the grass itself, they are able to benefit from that. Botswana, the same thing. And a number of other countries, the same thing. But we need to we tried to do something in Galana, all out of corruption. The whole money went.
Thank you. Member for Makueni, and then after that, I'd kindly help member from Kajiado South. His keeps going off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this time. This is my first time to speak in this parliament. I sincerely feel very honored. I'm very grateful to God, first for giving me this opportunity to be in this parliament, because I think sometimes it takes the grace of God to go through a political process. Secondly, I wish to thank the people of the great people of Makueni constituency for electing me as the first woman member of parliament. And I want to assure them that I will be their representative and I will do what it takes to make a difference in their lives and in their households. I felt very greatly honored by the confidence they demonstrated in me. We've had 9 men since the whole issue of election started in Makueni constituency, and I am the first woman to be elected. So I really feel very privileged, and the women in Makueni feel your voice has reached the national level, and I can assure you that even your voice will actually be heard. Makueni constituency is one of the biggest constituencies in this country, with a population of 194,000 people. It goes far beyond the national figure of 70,000. And I pray in this house, when the process comes for delineation of constituencies, we will be considered, because I think fair representation is part of reflection of equity. Makueni constituency is one of the semi-arid constituencies we have in this country. And like the motion of today suggests, it faces quite a number of challenges related to drought. Some of the major challenges, of course, is the inadequate water, which of course is as a result of unreliable rainfall. And I'm happy to report that we are very happy as a constituency, because the national government has invested one of the biggest dams in our constituency, Drought Dam. The only challenge we have with this is now it has taken 6 years. Every time the budget goes down and it has to be reallocated and all that. And I feel if this project was taken with the seriousness that it deserves, my people will not be facing the kind of challenges they are facing today. As the motion implies, if you go to Makueni now, we have a school dropout of around 30%. The children cannot go to school. They are too hungry to go to school. The mothers, if you look at them, you don't need to be a scientist to know that they are emancipated because of the kind of strain they are actually going through. And I think if the government concentrated on such projects like the Drought Dam and they were fast-tracked to deliver the desired results, I think will make a lot of difference in this particular country. The other major challenge we have in this constituency is poor infrastructure, and especially electricity and road network. All these years in my constituency, I have less than 40 kilometers of tarmac road. And that's why when the president talked of the fact that in his opening speech, we want to dislaunch ethnicity, I was very happy. Because to me, dislaunching ethnicity is not a word for campaign. I think dislaunching ethnicity means we develop this country holistically. When we share resources equally, when we share projects as per the need, then I think that is dislaunching ethnicity. But if dislaunching ethnicity is only a word to be used during campaigns and during elections, Madam Speaker, I think we'll be far in addressing some of the emerging needs in this constituency of ours. The other problem that I think is a major challenge, or I don't think, but it's a major challenge, and it's It's as a result of the water issue, food insecurity. And of course, that leads to low incomes. So you see, if we solve that one problem of water by the national
Okay, let her finish the sentence.
I really support this motion because the issue of drought is finishing our people, and we cannot sit here and just not consider it. And let's look at our country is as strong as the weakest link. If people die in Makueni, there is no way those with food will feel proud of this particular country. Thank you, and I'm happy to be in this house.
Thank you, member for Makueni. I now call upon member for Kajiado South. Member for Kajiado. What?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I congratulate you and Mr. Speaker for getting an opportunity and being elected to serve the 13th Parliament as our leaders. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the people of Kajiado South, my family, for trusting on me and electing me to represent them in this House, the 13th Parliament. Madam Speaker, Kajiado South has its own uniqueness. We are in the agricultural slope of Kilimanjaro, Mount Kilimanjaro. We also neighbor and or host Amboseli Game Reserve and Savo National Park. Kajiado South, we do face several number of challenges, and I want to say few because of time. Like many other young people in the Republic of Kenya, Kajiado South, that is Loitoktok, our youth are facing unemployment, and thanks to the President for the initiative of lifting the blacklisting of CRB, and also seeing on the proposal that he has on the Hustler Fund to take care of our women and our youth who are unemployed. Madam Speaker, we face a lot of challenges in the education system. We do have an education system in our place that is not functioning. That is, you can find out we don't have the required number of teachers, and even the issue to do the electricity and water, making our education become a problem at the rural area. Madam Speaker, I also support and put the same prayer that Kajiado South, we also have a problem on road networks. We don't really have a road. The main road that is supposed to serve us between Kajiado County and Taita Taveta County, it is a illicit Taveta Road. That road has a lot of benefits, economic benefits to our country. It serves Tanzania in the border, and also to serve Mombasa in terms of the food supply. Being a constituency that we are leading in the production of tomatoes and onions, I think that road will do us good and will promote the economy in our place. Madam Speaker, there is also another challenge that we have, and during the campaigns we promised our people on the issue of opening the border post, the Loitoktok Tarakia border post. We are only in the whole country that we have a border post that is operating within 12 hours, and others are doing 24 hours operation.
Member, proceed. I will take the point of order once we
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Speaker, to go to the subject of today on the floor of the House, Kajiado County, where Kajiado South is, We are at approximately of 22,000 kilometers square, and we also being categorized as hazard region. That means that we are coming from an arid and a semi-arid area, whereby 80% of our land coverage is under hazard. We have a problem now. There's a problem in our place in the issue of livestock production and crop farming. We are wanting to plead to this House and the whole Republic that we need to look and declare the drought as an emergency in this country, in those areas. And what we are trying to see on the short term, if you are able to be given the hay, and if our people are able to give a vaccine now, and I appreciate that KWS need to do something. The issue of also relief of food relief, and also in future, can also our livestock be taken care in terms of livestock insurance scheme, and maybe seeing how we can do other crops that are friendly to the short rains. Madam Speaker, thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Member for Isiolo South, I think you have a point of order. Yes, and I couldn't tell your face earlier, and you didn't put your card yet. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. While I'm thanking Honorable Ali Wario for bringing this motion, is it in order, because this motion is more or less like open-ended. We are discussing about drought, and I thought the last sentence is supposed to be reading that we declare drought as a national disaster. Otherwise, what it says here is only that we discuss the matters. And we have to say, what should we resolve? And our resolution should be that we declare drought as a nation. This House declares the House as a national disaster. Was that in order that we discussed? Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Member, I know I was not on the chair when this began, but I can see that it was under Standing Order 31, adjournment of the House. 33. Yes, adjournment on a definite matter of urgent national importance, which is got to do with the drought that is ravaging most parts of the country. So members are ventilating and debating on that particular issue. So it doesn't, the order doesn't provide for any resolution or, on that point. Honorable members, okay, honorable member, if you kindly sit down, put the intervention button, then I'll just call upon you. Kindly, honorable member, kindly have a seat. You put your intervention button, and then I will give you an opportunity to speak. I just need to, because I can hear your voice, but I can't see you here. Hold on a moment. Actually, honorable member, I think you are being disrespectful of the speaker. I have asked you not to shout out loud, but put the card. I'll find you and I will call upon you. And I'm about to do that. But if you continuously shout, then I can't even ask where your name is, because you're too far, so I can't see you very clearly. But also, we are also new in the House. I'm just still learning your names and faces. So allow me to use the technology that's available for me to identify you. I'm kindly asking you to be polite enough to allow that to happen. That's all. But if you keep shouting, it's offensive. right. Member for Wajir North, now you can give your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. On the floor is the MP for Wajir North, your proposer and your constituent who voted you. I didn't intend to annoy you in any way, but to contribute constructively. On the point of relevance, Madam Speaker, this House adjourned for a special motion, the status of drought. We are being mesmerized by maiden speeches. So could you kindly guide us so that we can contribute to the drought ravaging the ASAL countries of this country, so that we can speak to issues than rather the maiden speeches, which can come at any time. It's about relevance.
I think, Honorable Member, I realize that some of the contributors are actually, the Honorable Members, are actually speaking to, they're making their maiden speech in a few sentences and then moving on to talk about drought, I think without exception. So let's not stop them. I think we will now proceed, and we shall have the Honorable Member for Marsabit. TJ
Thank
Kajwang,
you.
I cannot see your card here on the intervention. I can just hear your voice. Honorable Member for Marsabit, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important statement. And I want to congratulate the Member of Parliament who has brought it. It is quite relevant to many of us, and maybe that is why you can see some people getting emotional, because it is affecting, and some people are already losing lives. Madam Speaker, the situation is so bad at the moment, whereby, as a result of the drought, the school-going children, some are fainting in classrooms, some are not even going to schools. Lactating mothers and pregnant mothers are getting sick and weaker. We have age 5 children who are already malnourished, and the situation is getting worse every day. The elderly are the most affected, Madam Speaker, and we've even lost lives. At the moment, there are people who have already lost lives, and others cannot even wake up from their beds. Madam Speaker, I remember even in 12th Parliament, while I was in Senate, we debated over this about 2 times. That means after every 3 years, in fact, according to my observation, after every 3 years, the drought comes. After every 3 years, the drought comes. But this time round, it is quite serious, because for the last 4 seasons, many areas have not received rains. That means the situation is worse than any other time that we've had drought. That is why we are requesting that it can be declared as a famine now, and declared so that the attention it deserves can be gotten. Madam Speaker, in most of our areas, water is a real problem. We do not have enough boreholes. We do not have clean water. People who are already weak cannot even fetch water for themselves, because they go for about 20 kilometers to fetch water. And so proper planning, so that we can have enough water dams, enough ponds, enough boreholes, and people, you know, when they get, water is everything, water is life. Right now, animals are dying because of lack of water, lack of pasture. Human beings are also dying. As many have already said, there is no good network. Madam Speaker, food security, when we talk of food security, what comes into our mind is just human beings. But for a pastoralist, the life of a cow is more important than even the life of a human being. As they feed themselves right now, many people even cook food for their animals, food that they don't have even the little they receive as relief food, they end up giving to their animals. Proper planning as a government, as a nation, can help us. The Ministry of ASAL, if we can create that ministry, in fact, that can be our request. If we can create that ministry that can take care of ASAL areas and its needs, then we can plan, because in the next 20 years, with proper planning, we can reduce the impact of this. We can be planting, we can be harvesting water, we can do irrigation where necessary, so that at least we'll be able to feed enough people. And Madam Speaker, another thing that we can do is, when we receive rains on this other side of the country, where you know we have food basket, that food can be bought and be transferred to the needy areas like northern part of Kenya, where we do not plant and harvest enough food, so that when the need comes, then the people on the ground can be able to buy enough food for themselves and for their families. Right now, we are dying, people are dying, and even the food that is distributed, it goes through a real process whereby the committees have their shares, other people in between have their own shares, and sometimes even the relief food find itself back to the market, and the needy people.
Member for Waraka, I can now see your card, 036. Yeah, you were misbehaving earlier on.
Pardon? Madam Speaker, you now see the kind of problems we have on the floor here. It is not an isolated problem. I think it's good for the clerk to organize to check around these facilities. Sometimes we think that we have pressed, but they're not seen at the board. And members here are anxious, thinking that they are not being seen. So I think the clerk should organize. That is administrative. Madam Speaker.
But honorable member, as long as we agree that when that happens, you just walk to the clerks and they should be able to get a sergeant at arms to help you, as opposed to shouting out loud your point of order. Thank you.
It's taken, Madam Speaker, I am the last person to misbehave in this house. I have enough years in my distinction, and my activity in this house has been fairly distinguished. I am very sorry. I would not want to, and I apologize. But Madam Speaker, I really wanted just to rise. You see, during a presidential speech and during a motion for adjournment, this is the time when new members learn. And they will not learn some of these debating skills if sometimes people who have been here for one or more terms are able to point out some of the issues. I was actually rising on a point of information. I wanted to inform the member who rose and stated that, in his opinion, the order should have concluded with a resolution of the House in some manner. And then, quite confidently, another member rose and thought that some members were out of order insofar as relevance was concerned. That was the only issue I wanted to put my mind to. First of all, a motion on adjournment is a wide motion. Members get to speak about things that are related so generally with that issue. And it is just that. It ends there. It does not have any resolution. It is a motion which helps members to ventilate their hearts out without necessarily having a position on a resolution. A resolution must come as a matter of motion. And so a member would propose a motion in which then the House resolves to do something. But you see, you are a member here, and your role is to represent. How will your people know that you are taking a position if you don't rise and say something, however general it is, without a resolution made in that? So that is the matter in which I wanted to raise my mind. And the member who thought that the members were irrelevant. It is never irrelevant for a new member to say anything, Madam Speaker. it is never irrelevant for a new member to say anything. A maiden speech is a maiden speech even when you want to thank your mother for giving birth to you so that you are elected and you come to this house. And that is the beauty of debate. And the debate should be flexible and enjoyable. And so you can say anything and everything, which then allows you to speak. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to tell members that if the Speaker, as you rightly said, that a member who is new should not be interrupted, let him speak and let that let him run his time. After that, you can take him on. And even though you think that he is not relevant, when your time will come, you will rise and speak all those relevant things you want to speak. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Ruaraka. I now call upon the member for Mombasa County. Help her with her microphone. She's been trying all day and yesterday. Okay, can we? Oh, good.
Asante sana, Madam Speaker, na nikupongeze sana kwa nafasi ambayo uliweza kupata kama Deputy Speaker wetu. Pongezi kwako sana. Masuala ya ukame na masuala ambayo yanagusa sana wenzetu wa kule Northeastern, hasa mjadala ambao umeletwa na mjumbe wetu wa Tana River, Mheshimiwa Ali Wario, ni mjadala mzito sana. Na ningependa kuelezea kwa kina. Pengine hapa tunajadili, lakini hali halisi ilivyo katika kule mashinani, wengi wetu hatujui. Kuna mama, mtoto mmoja anakufa, anatumia kama nyama kulisha watoto wenzake. Ni hali tata na ni hali ngumu sana. Mimi ningependa sana kushauri serikali. Sijui ni kwa nini sisi tunachukua madeni mengi sana nje, lakini mambo yale ya muhimu katika taifa hili sisi hatuangalii kwa kina. Miaka mingi sana watu wa Northeastern wanalia ukame, watoto wanakufa, minyama inakufa, wanyama wanahangaika. Wakati ambapo sisi hata hapa ndani ya bunge tukiingia tutakunywa chai, tutakula chakula cha mchana, tukitoka jioni tunapata chai, lakini Wakenya wanahangaika sana kule Northeastern na sehemu za ukame. Mimi ningependa kushauri serikali, ikiwa tunaweza kuchukua pesa hizi tunazokopa kwa wingi, zimefika trillions, zasikitisha sana. Tuweze kuchukua pesa hizi na kuweka mabomba ya maji kutoka sehemu ambazo kuna maji, tuweze kupeleka sehemu ya Northeastern, tuweze kufanya irrigation, waweze kupata mimea, waweze kupata kulima, wale wanyama waweze kupata chakula, na watu wa Northeastern tutasema bye bye kwa hali halisi ya njaa na ukame. Mimi ningependa Mheshimiwa Speaker kusisitiza sana. Si jambo dogo, ni jambo kubwa sana, na ni jambo ambalo latuhusu sisi sote. Na ikiwezekana kama wabunge pia tushikane, wenzetu wana msiba na wana msiba mkubwa sana, na wale ni Wakenya, tuweze kushauriana, tuangalie pia mifukoni mwetu tuna kitu gani tuweza kusaidia kwa wakati huu, maana nasikia serikali haina pesa, sasa tena yatatiza hata zaidi. Lakini janga la njaa ni dharura kubwa katika mjadala huu wa leo, na serikali ya Kenya mimi naomba iweze kutilia maanani na kushughulikia jambo hili kwa kina sana. Ningependa pia kueleza watu wangu wa Mwakirunge, wamo humo. Japokuwa haionekani zaidi, lakini wakazi wa Mwakirunge pia wanahangaika na njaa. Na baa la njaa limeshika sehemu kubwa katika taifa hili. Wengi ni maskini, hawana makazi, hawajui watashika mti gani. Kwa hiyo mimi ningependa kuwashauri kuwa tuangalie sehemu zilizoathirika na njaa na tuweze kuweka msukumo utakaomaliza kabisa. Tusiwe tunajadili swala hili kila siku ndani ya bunge. Hapana. Serikali iwajibike, pesa zikija ziwache kutapiliwa, tuache kuwa na utapeli katika pesa za serikali, manake ndo zaleta matatizo zaidi. Pesa hizi zitumike katika sehemu mwafaka, sehemu hitajika, ili tuweze kufikia malengo ya kuweza kuwa na taifa huru bila njaa. Jambo lingine ambalo ningezungumzia katika sehemu hizi, kuna mayatima ambao wanahangaika sana. Zamani tulikuwa na mfuko wa mayatima, ukiangalia watoto hawa. Sasa hivi na janga la njaa, mayatima pia mahali wako wanahangaika. Ningependa kusema kama mama Mombasa County, mayatima waangaliwe na wapewe mfuko utakao wawezesha kuweza kujisaidia. Na jambo la mwisho mimi nikiweza kuzungumzia, wakulima wakipewa mbolea wasiangaliwe sehemu moja, waangaliwe wakulima wa taifa nzima. Kuna sehemu ambazo kuna mashamba, pengine leo sisi Mwakirunge tungekuwa na kule Voroni, tungekuwa tuweza kutoa chakula sisi tukaweza kumsaidia ndugu yetu wa Rio na watu wetu wa North Eastern, lakini
Nominated member Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me first take this opportunity to join my fellow members in congratulating you and the Speaker on your election. Madam Speaker, I stand here as a new member, and I would like to take this opportunity to also give my maiden speech as I make my contribution to the motion at hand. Before you is Irene Nyakirario Mayaka. My original home is in Bogichora Ward, West Mogirango County, but it is from the ODM home that nominated me to this house. The young people in our party call me Renee, and I think it's a very melodious name. I rise on the floor for the first time in my life, because since childhood I've harbored ambitions of being a member of parliament someday, but never did I imagine I would be in the same space with some of the women that I looked up to as a young woman, like Honorable Millie Mabona, who, as borrowed from the South African MPs, is now referred to as Mama Millie, and Hussein, Honorable Hussein. Had it not been for the personal commitment of our political father, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to raise the profile of young women in this country, I would still be in our village in Nyamira County. Today, I want the world to witness the goodness of this statesman, whom we in the ODM family fondly refer to as Baba. I am a proud product of the Daughters of Raila Lobby Group, a group formed in 2016, and which was adopted by our party to enable young women to be mentored into political leadership. I therefore take this opportunity to sincerely thank my political father, who has mentored us in this journey. I also take this opportunity to thank my family for always being supportive, even though at first my father, who is a retired banker, was not too sure about me quitting banking to join politics. I take this opportunity to also assure the other women that I will always take the ladder back down to them and share the lessons of my political journey. Madam Speaker, as a young person, my commitment to this honorable house is through the Kenyan Young Parliamentarian Caucus to champion for policies and laws that make the life of young people in our nation match up with the dynamism and robust nature of the world they live in. I mean, a few years ago, Nokia 3310 would be the thing in the world. We therefore must purpose to have platforms that allow young people to be innovative and catch up with the fast-growing world. To my people in Nyamira and Gusiland in general, a land where God showers every day, as we like to refer to it, I'd like to assure you of my commitment to serve you. But unfortunately, at the moment, it is one area where we also are not too happy, because we used to have 11 rivers, but because of climate change issues, we now have only 2 rivers. I assure them that I have not come here to sleep, but in the next few days, I will be starting to table a motion that fixes this issue. Madam Speaker, the late Honorable Okoth championed to have a law that sought to legalize cannabis as a medicinal value to our people. I'd like to also make a promise in honor of his memory that I will continue to ensure that this comes into law. Madam Speaker, value addition will be top of my agenda because good food from our soil is definitely healthier and better than the GMO option now being propagated by our political opponents. And speaking of political opponents, Kenya is greater than us, and I promise you that I will take them to task for the good of this nation. Where necessary, and only for the benefit of Kenya, will we unclench our fists if they unfold their hands. Madam Speaker, to the motion at hand, I know that the National Drought Management Authority has funded studies that help to have permanent interventions to make sure that this issue is resolved. But I also join my fellow honorable members in seeking that the government sorts a speedy process to ensure that this issue is resolved, because even though this is a knee-jerk reaction, it is a solution for the time being as we seek for interventions that are more permanent. Madam Speaker, if you look at the report from the National Drought Management Authority, you will see that Kenyan students have been able to come up with interventions that seek to have permanent solutions. And
I'll give you a minute to finish your eloquent remarks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. One of the interventions that has been really spoken about is a vacuum solar water desalination plant along Athi River. And we all know that at the baseline of ensuring that you resolve drought issues is availability of water. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we have had an hydroponic plantation type of growing plants where you're able to actually grow plants from pumice soil. And these are some of the interventions that we should also dare to take on if we want to have permanent solutions to our people who cover about 42.7% of all the counties in this country. I submit.
Thank you. I now call upon the member for Turkana Central. Was his mic fixed? Okay.
Wow, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. First of all, I would want to pay lots of tribute and thank my constituents of Turkana Central. As I begin my maiden speech, Madam Speaker, I want to thank Almighty God for this special occasion. I also want to send my gratitude to my immediate family, my wife and children, and also to my mother, father. I also want to pay my tribute and thanks to the persons who brought so much of their effort, spent their time, prayed for me, and all that I would want to tell my constituents right in Dodo Township, Kerio Delta Ward, Kanam Kemer Ward, Kalokol Ward, and Kangatoda Ward, that I am committed to serve them to the letter. Madam Speaker, allow me in a special way, with utmost respect, to pay tribute also to the late Honorable George Saitoti, the man who came to Turkana in 1993 as the Vice President of this country and officiated Harambe called the Turkana Education Fund. The fund, Madam Speaker, paid for my 3 years school fees, and I was able to take my studies at one of the most prestigious schools in this country, Moi High School, Kabarak. I remain also thankful to my first employer that considered and gave me the opportunity to serve at World Vision for more than 9 years, and also to my governor, former governor, Honorable Josephat Colin Anok, who gave me also an opportunity to serve under his government for more than 7 years. And actually, he became one of the pillars that helped me to drive into the political arena. In the same measure, Madam Speaker, I am grateful also to my predecessors who participated in debates and decisions that were made in this House. I want to begin with the late Honorable Peter Barnabas Ejore, the man who was also Assistant Minister in this country. I also want to pay tribute to the late Patrick Ejore, Honorable Emmanuel Imana, and Right Honorable Ekwe Eduro, and my last predecessor, Honorable Missionary John Lodepe, and to those colleagues with whom I presently share this honor for their advice and encouragement. Those are still my constituents, and they look forward to my participation and representation in this House. Madam Speaker, during my campaigns, I had 5-point agendas that I'm committed to serve and to deliver to my constituents. 1 was on resilience, 2 was on education, number 3 was on bursaries and scholarships for our skills, number 4, universal health coverage, and number 5 was on security, investment, environment, and partnerships. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate you. I want also to congratulate the Speaker of this House, and also to congratulate my President, William Samoei Ruto, whom we serve.
I think you've managed to finish your sentence. And honorable members, I think we are going to try to see if you see the light, orange light come on, then start winding up your sentence so that we can also give other members an opportunity, especially considering that we have many new members who want an opportunity to speak. Member for Samburu East. All right, member is not here. He's not here. Member for Lamu East. Oh, she's also not, okay. Proceed, member for Lamu East. You can be next, and let's go to member for Igembe North, and then come back to you, member for Lamu East.
The mic is here.
Okay, member for Igembe, I think she has found a mic. You'll rise after her. Thank you.
Asante Bwana Speaker kwa kunipatia nafasi nami kuchangia katika mswada huu muhimu wa janga la kitaifa, ukame iwe janga la kitaifa. Speaker, mwanzo nichukue nafasi hii kupongeza wewe kwa kupata nafasi hiyo. Pongezi sana, na tunajua wewe ni mtenda kazi, kazi yako ni mzuri na ishaanza kuonekana. Bi Speaker, kiangazi kusema kweli inatatiza sana watu wetu, especially watu wangu wa Lamu Mashariki. Kiangazi inawaathiri watu wa Kiunga na watu wa eneo la wodi ya Faza. Bi Speaker, ningeomba wabunge au viongozi kama taifa tusichukulie kiangazi kwamba ni janga la watu wengine na si janga la watu wengine. Janga hili linaathiri watu wote, nyanja zote. Mfugaji akipata hasara, ng'ombe wakifa, atakuwa hatengenezi faida, hawezi kununua mazao, kwa hivyo linamwathiri pia mkulima. Linaathiri upande wa afya, linaathiri upande wa elimu, kwa sababu ikiwa kiangazi ni kingi, basi zile huduma za afya sehemu zile zinatekana nyingi zaidi, na zote zile ni rasilimali za serikali ambazo zinatumika. Kwa hivyo ningeomba sana wasione ni janga la watu fulani na si janga lao. Bi Speaker, Lamu Mashariki, ukame unasababishwa na binadamu, inasababishwa na ndugu zetu majirani. Bi Speaker, kwa sasa hivi nikizungumza, sisi Lamu tulikuwa tumejipanga vizuri, tuna vidimbwi vya maji tumejengea watu wa Kiunga, lakini Lamu Mashariki ng'ombe hata kutoka Mandera wako Lamu sahihi. Hivi ninavyosema, ng'ombe zaidi ya 20,000 wa kutoka Garissa, Tana River wamefika paka boda ya Somalia, wametuvamia watu wa Lamu, ambapo yale maji au nyasi zile watu wetu zingewasaidia wafugaji wetu, hata wasingepata shida ya ukame. Lakini sahihi wao wamekuja, wamevamia, wanakula, na uwezi kuwafukuza, ni majirani. Sasa sisi tumekuwa kwenye janga hilo la ukame, na sisi tulikuwa tukijipanga. Kwa hivyo nataka kuambia majirani zetu wa Garissa, wa Tana River na wale wote wanaoleta ng'ombe, hata kama wanabeba na malori wakiwaleta, wajue siku ile mimi napigania dams, napigania vitu kwenda Lamu, wao huwa wako mbele kupigania Lamu isipate, wapate wao. Lakini sahihi tumeona kwamba zile za Lamu kidogo ndio nyinyi mnazifata. Kwa hivyo Bi Speaker, mimi ningeomba kama serikali inaweza kuangalia yale maeneo ambayo itakuwa ikiwafaa wengine. Kama pesa ilitolewa ikajengwa dams, lakini mvua haikunyesha kule, mvua imenyesha pahali kama Lamu, maji yakapatikana. Sasa iwe ni mtindo, Lamu tuwekewe dams zaidi, zile vidimbwi, ndio wakati wa ukame iweze nyinyi kuja kutumia ile maji bila kutuathiri sisi. Kwa hivyo nyinyi mnaniangalia vizuri, tena watu wangu majirani wa Garissa, muhakikishe, maana nyinyi ndio wa kwanza tukipata hizo dams tunavuta Garissa zaidi kuliko hamtaki Lamu, na hizo ndio vitu zinawafaa. Sasa hii watu wangu wanatatizika, mambo ya usalama inaingia, kwa sababu ng'ombe ni wengi, wafugaji ni wengi kwa msitu, na misitu ile tunaambiwa ni boni forest, kuna matatizo. So mnanipatia kazi ngumu sana huwa. Kama sahihi ni wakati mgumu kwa watu wa Lamu, especially watu wa Kiunga, inakuwa ni kazi. Kule wenyewe tuna shida za insecurity, sasa watu wanakuja wengi, mang'ombe ni wengi, mnatuletea shida pia za usalama. Kwa hivyo next time mkipanga lolote, kama kuna msaada upande unatoka wa mambo ya kiangazi, Lamu ndio inafaa. Nyinyi mwajua sisi ndio wenyeji wenu. Lamu inafaa ipate mgao tena mwingi zaidi ya kuweza kuwapaka kuaccommodate wale wageni. Asante Bi Speaker.
Asante sana. Now I call upon member for Kitutu Chache North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to address this august House. First of all, I want to thank God for this opportunity that He has given me to be here today. Secondly, I want to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, and the Speaker of this House for being elected. Thirdly, I want to congratulate the President and the Deputy President, respectively, for being elected. I also want to thank them for being there for me during my election. I want to congratulate them
And I want to thank the President so much for believing in me, for trusting me, and for working with me throughout the journey during this election. Thirdly, I want to thank the people of Kitutu Chache North for believing in me, for voting for me as a young person, and I want to tell them that being in this august house, I will represent them faithfully as they deserve. Thirdly, I want to thank the former Member of Parliament who has been here for more than 25 years, Honorable Jimmy Nuru Ongwenyi. I understand this house used to call him the grandfather of the house. I have so much respect for him, and I want to thank him, and I believe I will try to fit in his shoes because he is one person who has worked for the people of Kitutu Chache North for far too long. As I continue, I want to thank the President for requesting cabinet secretaries to come to this house so that they can be able to answer questions. This is in regard to the roads in my constituency. There's a road that was started back in 2016 and stopped in the same year in 2016. The road that goes from Nyamokomba to Ngenyi, Bobaracho, Monyerero, Ragogo, and Tambacha to Marani. I believe when the cabinet secretaries come to this house to answer questions, it will be easier for me as a member of parliament to be able to ask questions and to know as to why the contractor has not finished the road 6 years down the line. As a member of Kitutu Chache North, I want to tell my members, my constituents, that I will work with them. I will make sure that whatever they want, whatever they need passed, I will make sure that it is passed. Lastly, as I speak, as I say, the issue to do with the Hustlers Fund, I want to thank the President so much because with the Hustlers Fund coming along, young people of this country will be able to get funds so that they can run their businesses, so that they can be able to start businesses, and we believe that the young people of this country will benefit through this fund. As I also speak about the reduction of fertilizer, the President reduced fertilizer from 6,500 to 3,500. With the reduction of fertilizer in my area, Kisii, farmers will be able to get more, to produce more in terms of maize and other crops, and these will be able to bring more food to other areas, like the ASAL areas who are complaining of lack of food and the drought. These will be able to feed those people in those areas because of the issues that they're undergoing. I don't want to talk much. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That must have been, if you are the one who sent home the grandfather of the parliament, then you have set the bar quite high. I now call upon the member for Madioya. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Yeah.
Madioya is Madioya here? Oh yes, yes. I think Gembe North, I forgot you for a minute, but I'll get back to you.
Madam Speaker,
member for Madioya.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Oh, there you are, okay.
For giving me this opportunity to address this House for the first time. Indeed, this is my maiden speech. First of all, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate you for your election as the Deputy Speaker and for the election of Moses Masika Wetangula as the Speaker of this House. Madam Speaker, I want to sincerely give my thanks to the people of Madioya for giving me this opportunity to serve this House. Indeed, it's an honor, given that out of the 50 million Kenyans, I'm part of the 350 that are serving this House. I also want to thank my family, my wives, my children, and my nuclear family, my dad and mom, Mr. and Mrs. Gishoki, for the support that they gave me. Indeed, they cheered me on when it was not fashionable to do so. I also want to thank the President and the Deputy President for the numerous trips they made to Mathioya to come and campaign for me through the UDA party so that my dream could be a reality. Mr. President and Deputy, wherever you are, I give you my thanks. I want also to thank the UDA party for the free and fair primaries or nominations, because without them, Madam Speaker, maybe I could not be in this house. Madam Speaker, maybe to go to the topic of the house today is about drought. Madam Speaker, I'm privileged to have worked with Food and Agriculture Organization, which is a UN body that deals with drought and food issues. And Madam Speaker, for us to be able to solve this issue of drought, we have to look at the issue of water. We know we have different types of drought, Madam Speaker. We have meteorological drought. This is a drought that is caused by factors such as tsunamis, hurricanes, typhoons, and others, and landslides. I know this is happening close to home in Kenya, like in Mozambique and in South Africa. But for now, this is not affecting our country. But we also have another type of drought called hydrological drought. And this is a drought that is caused by water, Madam Speaker. If we manage our water well, then we are not going to have issues of drought in this country, Madam Speaker. Now we are talking about drought, Madam Speaker. In 3-6 months or 7-8 months, there will be flooding in this country. There will be floods in this country. Yet all this water goes to waste, Madam Speaker. Some goes to Lake Victoria, others goes to Indian Ocean, Madam Speaker. So if we conserve this water, Madam Speaker, through water harvesting, ponds, dams, and all these other things, then the issue of drought will be a thing of the past. Mr. President, Madam Speaker, the other day when he was flagging off the relief food, Madam Speaker, the President said he hopes that this will be the last time that he will be flagging off the relief food, Madam Speaker. And we know he has a PhD in agriculture, he has a master's in agriculture, and he is so passionate about agriculture, Madam Speaker. And because we have given him a chance, I'm very sure that in this house we will never discuss about drought, Madam Speaker. There is also another type of drought, Madam Speaker, that is called agricultural drought, Madam Speaker. And agricultural drought, Madam Speaker, is the one that causes now the shortage of food, Madam Speaker. We know in this country, Madam Speaker, we have some counties, or we have some parts of the country, Madam Speaker, that they have excess food, Madam Speaker. But others are suffering, Madam Speaker. We have counties that are even wasting food, Madam Speaker. If we can be able to improve on our logistical and supply chain mechanisms, Madam Speaker, then we will be able to move food, Madam Speaker, from the counties or from the areas that have surplus, Madam Speaker, to the areas that don't have food, Madam Speaker, and we are not going to have this issue of food shortages, Madam Speaker. If we're able to do this, I'm very sure we will be able to solve some of these problems, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know maybe my proposals might be extreme, but we need to expand the sources of food or the types of food that we eat in this country, Madam Speaker. Having worked out of this country, Madam Speaker, in Cameroon, Madam Speaker, people there.
Thank you. I will now, I think we had skipped the member for Igembe North, and after the member for Igembe North, we have Umul Khair Harun, the nominated member, and then we are going to the member for Karachuonyo. If you just get ready, make sure your card is ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Let me take the cue to congratulate you for being elected the Deputy Speaker of this House, and also congratulate the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Marende. Let me take also not Honorable Wetangula Masika. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate the President and his Deputy for being unequivocally elected as the President and Deputy President of this country. Allow me also to congratulate the great people of Wegembe for giving me an opportunity to serve them as the Member of Parliament for the 13th House. This is a great honor, and indeed, I want to assure them that I will not squander this opportunity, and I will serve them with a lot of commitment, diligently, and also with a lot of honor. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to give a little background of Wegembe North. Wegembe North, as the name suggests, is one of the constituencies that is far end of Mount Kenya. It is the most northerly constituency in Meru. And in this regard, Wegembe North borders Isiolo County, and all the 5 wards of Wegembe North at one end touches Isiolo County. This means, therefore, the marginal belt of Wegembe North is quite wide. And in relation to the motion that we have, we are aware that the mapping has been done, and some of the counties in this country have been mapped as red alert counties in Kenya. I would urge the government to make sure that, because we have the poverty index, we have the drought index for the sub-counties, let Wegembe North be considered as one of the sub-counties that should be on red alert program. Because Wegembe's, their main economic ministry is Mira. 3/4 of the constituency currently, Mira is not productive, and you are aware, 2 weeks ago, one of the sections of Wegembe ate the headlines, whereby people had eaten a carcass. About 100 people had eaten meat from a dead camel, and almost 100 people were hospitalized because of diarrhea and other related problems. Therefore, I'm calling for the government to intervene urgently so that those people can be given enough food for them to feed their young ones, and also to make sure that our children remain in school. I'm alive to the fact that the distribution of food is already taking place, and I would beg that the government make sure that this food is taken to schools instead of giving individual people, because at school, all the kids, all the school-going children will be able to access feeding, and we shall have less problem at home. Finally, the issue of infrastructure. I want to assure the people of Wegembe people that I'm alive to all the stoned projects concerning electricity, concerning roads, concerning bows, so that they can be done, and I will fast track them once the appointment has been done in various ministries, so that we can make sure that those projects are brought to success. Thank you. I can see my time is over. I want to end there.
Thank you. Nominated member for Umulkhir Harun.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And today I'm going to contribute on the matter on the floor, which is a drought. I am a young lady nominated by the ODM, but I am from Garissa County, specifically from Ijara sub-county, and also from Huluko, which is bordering Somalia to the south. So up until today, we constantly keep hearing about issues on drought, but we have not found a solution up to date. Is it because we do not have the funds, or is it because we are yet to come up with strategies and proper solutions? Kenya is a natural resource-based economy, meaning we completely are at the mercy of the rains to direct how we feed ourselves. So in that case then, what can we do? Because top of my head is, can we, have an aggressive campaign to green our country? To that effect, counties like myself are not, we are not farmers, but we are nomads. But we still are one of the biggest consumers when it comes to food. So my challenge today would be, first we come up with solutions, because we have countries like Israel who have completely found a solution to feed their people. If I think mangoes from Ijara sub-county, for example, because we use the irrigation and Tana River to irrigate, mangoes from our farms do very well. We also supply a lot of lemon and watermelons. I would suggest we have inter-county trade initiatives and also ask counties to completely find ways to provide food for their people. We also, the leather market, for example, currently is at $407 billion. Our animals are dying. Is it important then we have tanneries and meat commissions county-based, so that when an animal dies, we're able to slaughter it immediately, and that particular herder is able to get money instantly? Those are one of the solutions I'm thinking, because drought will always be here. We just have to find a way to create solutions. As a lawmaker, I understand we have the National Climate Change Fund yet to be operationalized. The ministries involved need to tell us where we are at. When we talk of this fund, we must also not forget the National Climate Change Council, which is chaired by the President. Why has it not met yet? How then, as a country, can we leverage on what we have, the existing finances, the National Climate Change Funds, county climate change funds, to attract more finances? So with this, I think as a nomad, we really need to come up with solutions quickly, so that next year when we sit on this house again, we do not talk about drought, but maybe talk about how the watermelons from Garissa are making its way to central Kenya, and the milk from central Kenya is making its way to counties that do not have. Let's think of solution-based, because we already know the problem, we've described the problem, we need the solutions. We need funds to implement the programs, and now that we know the PS positions are being issued, can we have nomads in place so that they can also find ways to divert funds to support their people? Thank you so much.
Member for Kiminini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations for being elected as a Deputy Speaker of this House. Madam Speaker, we are living in a country that does not really worry about the disaster cycle. The focus in this country remains just on the response and the recovery. But what we've always done as a country, we've ignored the portion of preparedness and mitigation. I am saying this because having an opportunity to work with the United Nations for close to 22 years in 19 countries, when you meet the officials of other countries, they're always very responsive, and they're ready to save lives. We've had an opportunity even to come up with a paper while working in the presidency, which we shared with Foreign Affairs, being the custodian of interacting with the United Nations. And by then, up to last year, the United Nations was ready for us to establish a humanitarian city where we could keep stockpiles from medicine to food, and also come up with the capacity to even establish the Kenya Disaster Management Authority. But Madam Speaker, we know very well that in a disaster cycle, in a period of every 3 to 5 years, we know there will be hunger, either natural disaster or man-made disasters. But in this country, our focus has remained on just response. And by the time we want to respond, There is very, very little food to respond. There's very little humanitarian items, an example to respond. And you remember, Madam Speaker, in 2018 when we had the Solai emergency, it took the government, to borrow around to mobilize about R1 billion shillings. But with what we've put in place, or the proposal we've done outside this house, we've had an idea on how we as experts from this country could try to bring together, and try to mitigate and be even more prepared to sort of reduce what we are seeing. I know in the speech of His Excellency the President, he talked about food production. But again, producing that food, if we don't have mechanism on how to stock it, will not be very good. And I know that most of the multilateral organizations, including the United Nations, they really favor Kenya in terms of logistic, or rather geographical positioning. Because from Kenya, they would like to keep their stockpiles here. They've got most of the UN agencies here. They are ready to invest here. But it's always been sort of driven from a political perspective, where people sitting in different offices, they are not in a position to really understand that we have to really support the Kenyans. So what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, we need to take this issue urgently. We need to move as a country from just focusing on response and recovery and being prepared, and also ensuring that there's mitigation. Because once we are prepared, even if these effects are there, they'll be minimal. And most important is to ensure that we've got sufficient stockpiles, we've got human resources, capacity, and not just a policy paper. I am fully aware that the Honorable Member of Kikuyu, Honorable Ichung'wah, has brought a bill in this House on disaster management. But I know the bill is to be resubmitted. We'll need to look at that bill so that it's not just the policy in terms of paper, but we try to build an infrastructure whereby, using other multilateral agencies, we can build capacity, ensure that the Kenya Disaster Management Authority works together with the United Nations, keep sufficient stocks, have good humanitarian stocks, and also have food. So, Madam Speaker, I want to leave it at that by concluding that as a country, we must move from just mere response and focus more on preparedness and mitigation. Because as we know, in every period of 2 to 5 years, there will always be these disasters. And from history, there will also man-made disasters, which will occur after like every 7 to 10 years. A good example was the Solai Dam. So we need to prepare as a country, and not just policy, but put sufficient infrastructure in place to ensure that we save lives of Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kisauni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa kupenyeza sauti yangu katika janga hili la ukame. Lakini kabla ya hayo, nichukue nafasi hii kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuniwezesha kuwa katika bunge la 13. Kama si uwezo wake singekuwa hapa. Namshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu na na imani nitafanya mema kwa wakati huu wa kipindi hiki cha miaka 5. Pili, nichukue fursa hii kukupongeza kwa kuchaguliwa kama spika wa bunge hili la 13, na tuna imani utafanya haki pamoja na spika Wetangula, mtafanya haki katika bunge hili ili wote wapate fursa ya kuzungumza. Nichukue nafasi hii pia kushukuru familia yangu kwa kunipa moyo wakati wa kampeni na kunipa nguvu na kunisongeza, kunipa moyo nisirudi nyuma mpaka nikaweza kupata ushindi. Na washukuru sana. Na pia nichukue fursa hii kuwashukuru waungwana wa Kisauni kwa kunichagua kuwa mjumbe wao, kwa kuniamini ili niweze kuwakilisha katika bunge hili la 13. Na nina imani kwamba wako katika mikono salama, na nitakaa na wao, tutasaidiana kwa hali na mali kuhakikisha kwamba sehemu yetu ya Kisauni inasonga mbele. Baada ya kunipumzisha kwa bunge la 12, nashukuru bunge la 13 wakaniamini na wakaona kwamba wamekosa huduma zangu niweze kurudi na washukuru. Nimshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kurudisha huduma za utendakazi wa bandari kwa wapwani. Tunawaomba wawekezaji warudi watumie fursa hiyo ili vijana wetu wapate ajira, na pia bandari irudishe ile mfumo wa zamani wa white card ili watoto wetu waendelee kupata ajira, kwa sababu watoto wetu wamekaa mabarazani, na tuna imani kwamba ikiwa watarudisha hiyo white card itawasaidia zaidi, ili watoto wengi wataajiriwa, kwa sababu na watakuwa na moyo na hata wao watakuwa na ufahamu kwamba baada ya muda fulani watarudi, watafanya, na wengine watabadilishana kwa miezi mitatu. Suala la uskwata ni tatizo kubwa pwani, hasa Kisauni. Nina imani serikali hii ya awamu ya 5 watashughulikia suala hilo, kwa sababu moja katika ahadi walizozitoa ni kwamba wataumaliza uskwata, na tunasubiri kuona hilo jambo likitekelezesha. Upande wa Kisauni, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna eviction order hivi sasa nyingi zimetoka. Hatuingilii mahakama, lakini tunaomba wawe na utaratibu wa fikra kwamba unapotoa eviction order ya nyumba zaidi ya 1000 unaleta matatizo makubwa. Wanaoteseka ni akina mama na watoto wakati wanabomolewa, na hali wale ambao wanaodai kwamba zile ardhi zile ni zao waliwaacha, walikuwa wapi wakati watu wanajenga msingi, wanaanza kujenga paka wanaweka paa, paka wanaweka stima, wanakuja wakati mtu amelala ndio wanakuja kusema ni kwao. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba mahakama iwe naangalia sana swala hilo. Katika upande wa ukame ningeomba kwamba liwe kama janga la kitaifa, kwa sababu ukame kuna watu wanapata dhiki kubwa, wanaenda hatua ndefu kutafuta maji, mifugo inakufa barabarani wakati haina lishe. Kwa hivyo ni vyema taifa liwe na mipango, wasingoje paka chakula kiwe wakati kuna ukame wa jua kali ndio wanazungumza. Kuwe na mpango, kila county kuwe na standby ya kila jambo, kama ni water boozers, chakula katika magala. Wakati kuna jambo kama hili, kila county inaingia katika watu wake kuhakikisha wanatatua tatizo hili. Wasingoje mpaka janga liwe kubwa tuwe tunakuja kuflag malori hapa Nairobi, na kufika huko pia ni masiku kadhaa. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba mipango hii iwe itashughulikiwa kwa ukamilifu, na hata Kisahuni ni sehemu moja kame pia kwa sasa. Ningeomba pia katika yale majina ama miji ambayo imewekwa wasitenge Kisahuni. Jua limewaka sana kule paka kwenye mifuko pia imewaka. Ikiwa chakula kitapeanwa na Kisahuni pia wao wataweza kupata chakula. Kwa haya mengi nasema asante sana. Ikiwa itawezekana ni donate muda wangu uliobaki kwa Mheshimiwa Mishi hapa. Asante sana.
Member for Mbeere South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. My name is Engineer Nebat Muriuki. I'm born again Christian from Mbeere South. Madam Speaker, let me join my colleagues in thanking you and congratulating you and the Speaker for your election to lead this 13th Parliament. Madam Speaker, this is my first time in this House. Madam Speaker, for me to be here, I would say it was a struggle for the people of Mbeere South. If I may tell this House where I'm coming from, Madam Speaker, in Mbeere South, I was the founder member of UDA and promoted UDA very aggressively, Madam Speaker. But the electoral process of this country, Madam Speaker, put me off, but the Mbeere people were determined to have me in this House because they have confidence in me that I can deliver. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my people from Mbeere South because they want to fight the tides and waves of the Azimio and Kenya Kwanza to bring me into this House as an independent person. Madam Speaker, the message which the people of Mbeere South sent through this election was that Bere South is committed to work with the president because they overwhelmingly voted for Ruto and they voted for me. Actually, in Embu County, it is all Kenya Kwanza, except from Bere South, where I'm an independent member in this house. The message they gave me as I came to this house is that I must work with the government so that I can deliver in the promises which I made. I want to thank them very much for standing with me, for ensuring that I come into this house. I want to thank them for the confidence which they have shown and the trust they have in me. And Madam Speaker, I trust that this 13th Parliament is going to be different from other houses in that, Madam Speaker, we should enact rules which are going to facilitate provision of services to our people. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the debate. Many people are talking of problems, and there's one speaker who have presented something very, very nice, that ever since 1965 to date, we are talking of the same problems, problem of drought. Madam Speaker, in Bere South, which is a semi-arid constituency, and one of the largest constituency in Embu County, and also the most underdeveloped in Embu County, Madam Speaker, we have been having the same cycles of drought and hunger. Madam Speaker, even as I speak now, the relief food which was supplied, Madam Speaker, it has not reached to every corner of Bere South. This morning I got a call that some schools have not gotten any food. Others, Madam Speaker, are even having problems with water. Yesterday, I had to supply water to a school because there was no water. Madam Speaker, I want to mention something which I've noticed in this country. We build capacity and we don't make use of that capacity. Bere South is having 5 dams which are not being used to supply water to Bere South. They are not being used for irrigation. And Madam Speaker, as I speak now, we are having hunger in that sub-county, while the capacity is there to do irrigation and even to provide people with clean water. Madam Speaker, this is not only in Bere South. Let us look at other areas where capacity has been built by this country and is not being used. The SGR, how many?
Member for Magarini.
The mic.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nichukue nafasi hii kwanza kukupongeza kwa kuchaguliwa kuwa spika wa bunge la 13. Pia vile vile nichukue nafasi hii kwa haraka niwarudishie shukrani watu wa Magarini kwa vile iliwapendeza wakaweza kunichagua kwa mara ya 4 nikapate kuwawakilisha na nikapate kuwafanyia maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala lililo mbele yetu la ukame ni swala sugu ambalo Mheshimiwa Spika linahitaji kuwa ama kufanyiwa mipango kabambe ya kwamba tukaweze kumudu zile sehemu kame zote ili kwamba zikaweze kuwa ni sehemu ambazo zinaweza kubadilika na zikawa za manufaa kwa wananchi wetu. Tukichukua mfano wa Chakama katika eneo langu la bunge, ni kwamba ni sehemu kame ndiyo, lakini ndani ya ardhi ile
iko na maji ya kutosha. Inachohitajika ni mikakati serikali ichukue na tukaweze kuwa na visima ambavyo vinaendeshwa na nguvu za jua, na hivyo kunyunyiza maji kwa mashamba na watu wakapati chakula cha kutosha. Sehemu zingine kama vile sehemu za Kanagoni ambazo zimepakana na mwenye kuleta mswada huu ni sehemu kame vile vile, lakini ndani ya ardhi kuna maji ya kutosha ambayo yakiwekewa mikakati ya kufaa yanaweza kusaidia wananchi kujiendeleza na kupata chakula cha kutosha. Nimalizie kwa kusema tuna mradi mkubwa ndani ya Tana River County na Kilifi County, ule mradi wa serikali ambao kwa sasa hautusaidii kwa njia yoyote ile. Nitamuuliza mwenzangu Bwana Ali Wario tukaweze kuja na mswada ambao utarudisha mradi ule kwa kaunti hizi mbili, ili kwamba tukaweze kuutumia vyema na watu wetu wakawe hawatakuwa wa kuhangaika na njaa kila wakati. Watoto wengi wameacha kusoma kwa sababu ya ukame na kwa sababu ya njaa. Shule nyingi zinaelekea kufungwa kwa sababu wanafunzi ni haba. Mheshimiwa Spika, naamini ya kwamba serikali hii ya Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto inaenda kubadilisha maisha ya jamii kwa kuzingatia yale ambayo wameyapanga, kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanayafanya yawe ya kweli. Tukizungumza hazina hii ya wachochole, hazina hii ya wachochole ikiwa itatumika vizuri na ufisadi tuweke kando, hakika vijana na kina mama wataweza kufaidi na kuwa na maendeleo. Kwa hayo machache au mengi nasema asante Mheshimiwa Spika, hata kwa pia kuniweza kuniona na kunipa nafasi.
Member for North Horr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First, I would like to thank Almighty God for giving us this opportunity to be here. And secondly, I would like also to thank my family and the great people of North Horr for electing me to this August House. Honorable Speaker, contributing to the current motion on the floor, the issue of the drought. Drought has become a vicious cycle. Every 2 years it's happening. It's claiming lives and livelihoods of the people. Unfortunately, what you are seeing is that drought has become the order of the day. People are dying. In my constituency, in the last 1 week, 5 elderly people have died in North Horr. It's not exaggeration, it's a reality. 70% of the livestock have already perished. Unfortunately, the kind of intervention we're seeing on the ground is quite insignificant looking at the impact of the drought. Madam Speaker, looking at the current trend, we foresee a situation whereby come December, we will not have people to represent. We'll only have rocks and sand dunes to represent. So it is high time this House take action to come up with a special House committee to look into the issue of the drought in this country. The schools have been closed. Other schools are running intermittently. So basically, there's a real danger. And if the government will not take any action, we are going to lose the entire people in the northern Kenya. Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate and commend the efforts of NGOs. Were it not for NGOs, we would have lost the entire people in northern Kenya and other ASAL counties. UN agencies, donor communities have been fast-tracking and proactively moving forward by providing life-saving interventions for the people in northern Kenya. Madam Speaker, if you look at what NGOs are doing. The resources they are using comes from foreign governments. And I don't see the reason as to why local NGOs in this country are not financed by the Kenyan government. If the foreign countries are able to entrust their resources with the local agencies, then why can't the government entrust its own local institutions to provide resources and services to the people? Because they've proved to be efficient, they've proved to be proactive, and I think it's high time they really look outside the box to see to it that, you know, by being effective, they need to be supported, so that, because we've seen that they've really gone extra miles to reach which areas, in the areas where the government is not able to reach. Madam Speaker, the issue of drought, we've been talking this issue year in, year out. But in the assaults, there are lots of potential. There's a lot of potential. If Egypt, as dry as it is able to import, or Kenya is able to import fruits, rice, and other food products from Egypt, why can't Kenya produce own fruits, own food, to be able to feed its people and export to other countries? And we have more potential than Egypt and other drier countries. Madam Speaker, what this country needs to do? People need to think outside the box. They should know that in ASALs, there are lots of potentials. People think that northern Kenya and other ASAL counties have no potential to produce food. Just look at what's happening in Galana Kulalu. Although that project was mismanaged, we will have had similar projects in all the counties in this country, so that we're able to feed our own people and able to export to other countries, so that we're able to earn foreign exchange. Madam Speaker, while we are enjoying air-conditioned house in this house, our people are languishing in hunger. Our people are dying. It's not an exaggeration. It's high time we need to think, we need to see how we can really support our communities by coming up with special house committee to look into this issue of the drought. It's a disaster. We are losing lives. We are losing livelihoods. Please, through your office, through your chair, I really urge this house to come up with a special house committee. Thank you very much.
Member for Boni constituency.
Asante Bi Speaker. Hili la kitaifa, na umeweza kuweka nyota ya kina mama ing'are sana katika taifa letu la Kenya. Pia niwapongeze maspika wengine, Mheshimiwa Wetangula na pia Mheshimiwa Kingi ambaye ameweka historia kuwa spika wa kwanza kutoka Pwani, kaunti ya Kilifi. Hongera sana. Niwashukuru pia wakazi wa Likoni na wapiga kura kwa kuweza kuwa na imani na mimi, kuweza kunirudisha tena kuwawakilisha ili niweze kuendeleza maendeleo endelevu. Haswa leo nikiweza kuzungumzia hoja hii ya dharura ambayo inazungumzia janga la njaa. Na niseme ni ukweli, takriban zaidi ya watu milioni 3 hivi sasa wamekosa usalama wa chakula katika taifa letu la Kenya. Ukiangalia katika mkoa wa Pwani, sehemu za Tana pale, sehemu za Kilifi, Kwale, ukiangalia pia upande wa North Eastern ambao ni kule tuseme kaskazini mashariki, na pia hata sehemu za kule Ukambani na sehemu zingine za Kenya, tumeweza kuwa na ukame na kiangazi kikali sana. Na hii ni kwa sababu ya mabadiliko ya hali ya hewa. Na swala hili limekuwa swala nyeti na limekuwa swala la kilimwengu, na ambapo inahitajika haswa tuweze kuangalia sera mahususwa ambazo zitapambana na hali hii ya hewa ambayo inatuletea ukame wa hali ya juu sana. Tuweze kuangalia nchi ambazo zimeweza kustawi ama kubobea, nchi kama ya Egypt, nchi kama Israeli, ni nchi ambazo zimekuwa na ukame na ni nchi ambazo zimekuwa za jangwa, lakini tunaona ya kwamba wanaweza kupata mazao na wanapata chakula na wanaweza kuwa na usalama wa chakula katika taifa lao. Niweze kuzungumzia madhara ambayo yanatufika wakati tunakuwa na janga la ukame. Tunaona tunakuwa na ndoa za haraka kwa sababu mabinti wetu wanakuwa wanatembea kilomita nyingi wakitafuta chakula. Hivyo basi wanaweza kupambana
na wale mababa sukari na kuweza kupata ndoa za haraka. Hili ni jambo ambalo pia linaathiri elimu katika taifa letu la Kenya. Wanafunzi pia wanashindwa kwenda shule kwa sababu ya njaa, hivyo pia elimu inaweza kudorora. Vile vile pia tunaona misafara ya mifugo ikitoka sehemu kadhaa kwenda kutafuta mahali ambapo wanaweza kupata nyasi ama wanaweza kupata chakula. Jambo hili linaleta uhasama katika jamii zetu, tunaweza kuwa na shida, tunaweza kuwa na vita vya kikabila. Kwa mfano, kuna ngamia wengi ambao wanatoka sehemu ya Tana River, sehemu ya mashariki kaskazini, zinatembea mpaka kule Taita Taveta, zinatembea mpaka kule Kilifi, na hivyo basi wakazi wa kule wanaweza kuona ya kwamba huu ni uchokozi na kunaweza kuwa na uhasama wa kijamii. Hili lote linaletwa na kwa sababu ya janga la chakula la kitaifa. Nataka nizungumzie kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais katika hotuba yake aliweza kuzungumzia ya kwamba ni lazima tujenge uwezo wa kulima, tujenge uwezo wa vuvi, na tuweze kuhakikisha ya kwamba uchumi wa samawati, ile tunaita blue economy, inaweza kuboreshwa ili pia tuweze kupata chakula, kwa sababu leo uchumi samawati unaweza kuleta kilimo cha samaki, na kilimo cha samaki haitakuwa lazima tu kwa wale watu ambao pengine wana bahari ama wana maziwa. Hata kule ambako hakuna, kunaweza kutengezwa mabawa na njia fulani ya kuweza kufanya kilimo cha samaki, na hiyo pia ni njia moja ya kuweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunaweza kuwa na usalama wa chakula. Katika kule pwani vile ambavyo tunaona ya kwamba Kwale tumekosa maji, Kilifi tunakosa maji, Mombasa tunakosa maji, na tuna ule mradi wa Mzima Spring 2 ambapo mkoloni alianzisha Mzima Spring 1, na hiyo Mzima Spring 1 haiwezi kutosheleza hivi sasa asilimia ya Wakenya ambapo imeongezeka marudufu. Kwa hivyo Mzima Spring 2 lazima serikali iliyoko sasa iweze kuangalia ili tuweze kupata kuboresha chakula. Vile vile nataka niseme tuwe na sera za kupambana na majanga ya kitaifa. Vile vile vyakula vya misaada viende kwa wale ambao wanahusika, visende kwa watu ambao hawahusiki. Vile vile tuwe pia na programu ya chakula kwa watoto wetu wa shule ili tuweze kuboresha elimu haswa kwa wakati huu wa janga hili ambalo tuko nalo. Nataka niseme Mheshimiwa Madam Speaker, vyakula ambavyo ni vyakula vyetu vya kitamaduni kama ugali, kama mchele na vyakula vya nafaka viweze kuwekwa kwa bei ya chini, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Rais ulisema utaangalia mahasla.
Member for Runyenjes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. And first and foremost, I want to congratulate you for being elected Deputy Speaker in this 13th Parliament. Secondly, I wish to thank my people in the Runyenjes constituency for giving me a second opportunity to serve them. And I wish to assure them that I will do it with more dedication and commitment. Madam Speaker, I wish to also say that yesterday was a very dark day in Runyenjes, when we laid down to rest some 7 people who perished in a fire tragedy. And at this point, I would like to ask the DCI to fast-track the investigations so that we can get to understand what happened yesterday. Madam Speaker, I wish to also contribute to this matter of the drought situation in the country, and I wish to say that Kenya has not been able to feed its people properly. And you see, we cannot move forward as a country if approximately 5 million people are starving. Madam Speaker, the government of Jomo Kenyatta gave relief food. The government of President Moi gave relief food. The government of Mwai Kibaki did the same. It gave relief food. The government of Uhuru Kenyatta, it gave relief food. Madam Speaker, the government of William Ruto must do things differently. We say in English, it is only a fool who does the same thing the same way and expect different results. Why do we have this situation right now? It is because of climate change. And you see, Kenya has only approximately 20% of its land that receives sufficient rainfall. About 80% does not receive sufficient rainfall. So it means it is only people who live in those areas that receive sufficient rain that can give us food. But they are too few to give us sufficient food. But when we see all over the world, we have success stories of countries that have managed to give enough food. For instance, India has over 1.4 billion people. It gives enough food to its people. China has 1.3 billion people. It feeds all its people. But that never used to be. What they did is that they put a lot of their land under cultivation. In India alone, 51% of its land is under cultivation, under irrigation. In China, 41% is under irrigation. In Egypt, which is a desert, they have been able to supply the world with rice. So it means if we must move on as a country, we must stop relying on rain as a way of doing farming. We must go the irrigation way. If, like for example, the dam that is proposed to be constructed at Doshi within my constituency is constructed, it means 4 constituencies, Runyenjes constituency, Chukai Gambangombe constituency, Tharaka constituency, and Bere North constituencies can sufficiently do farming. So I would urge the government of Kenya, led by His Excellency the President, William Ruto, to now give priority to irrigation farming. If we do this, in a few years, Kenya will adequately supply its people with enough food and possibly even get enough to give to other neighboring countries. So with those few remarks, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Njoro constituency.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for granting me this time. Let me first start by thanking the Almighty God for giving us this opportunity. Let me also take a responsibility to thank Njoro constituency for once again re-electing me as a member of parliament in Njoro constituency. Let me also take this time to thank the entire Kenyans for electing our able President William Samoei Ruto. Let me also, Madam, take this time to congratulate you as our Deputy Speaker. And on that line also, I want to thank all Kenyans for electing women and for electing Charity Kadhambi Chekonya as a member of parliament, Njoro constituency. Let me go to the topic of today, Madam Speaker, in relation to the drought. When we talk about drought in this National Assembly, what comes in my mind is first to remind our members of parliament and the country, this is part of climate change. And the climate change is real. It is affecting us. We have seen floods. We are now talking about drought today as a motion in this parliament. We have seen a lot of challenges. But Madam Speaker, my question is, as we talk about drought, it's now almost 60 years since independence. My humble request now, because we have elected a very capable parliament and a government which is led by His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. What I would be proposing, Madam Speaker, in relation with the drought which is in this country, we must be talking about short-term and long-term ways of how we can do mitigation, and also we do some adaptations in order to at least be part of the solution in this country. Madam Speaker, I think when we talk about drought, my constituency, which is Njoro, most of the people might be thinking that Nakuru County, though it's not so much affected like probably some other northern part of Kenya in this country. But I would like to stand here and say, I come in a constituency where I have around 3 wards out of 6 wards. And actually even the other remaining 3 wards, I still have some areas which are totally affected. As I stand here, Madam Speaker, I want to confirm this. Right now, in some areas in my constituency, we have some students who cannot attend classes because they cannot get even food to eat. Therefore, as we talk and discuss about the drought in this country today, Madam Speaker, it should be noted that if this country is not going to take serious measures, then this might be a story. But for now, I have a lot of hope that this government, Kenya Kwanza, is going to take serious measures. Let me also congratulate His Excellency, the President, for taking an action in relation with agriculture, whereby the government has made intentional actions by making sure that even the farm inputs, we have at least affordable fertilizers, and we are expecting smart agriculture to be introduced in this country. And also I'm expecting, because His Excellency is now one of the person who is going to be leading the Climate Change Council, at least to make it effective, so that when we are discussing about the matters which at least can be implemented to ensure that we minimize or we finish the drought in this country, Madam Speaker, I think it will be making this country more better. Let me say lastly, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It is a good motion that we should all of us take an action and take in action to make at least an action in relation to easing the drought in this country. Thank you.
Member for Teso South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I've been waiting patiently, and also allow me, I know yesterday I managed to get 1 minute donated to me by Majority Leader, and I was able just to thank the people of Teso South for giving me another opportunity to serve them in the 13th Parliament, having given me another time in the 11th Parliament. Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate you and the Speaker for your election into the position of Deputy Speaker and Speaker respectively, and also allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate the President and the Deputy President for the election as the President and the Deputy President respectively. Having said that, Madam Speaker, let me weigh in on the motion of today, which is drought. And I want to agree with the members who have already spoken that the drought that has been experienced in this country this time round, I think, is the worst ever. And it has not only affected the ASAL regions, but I think this drought has been felt across the country, including Busia County, and in particular Teso South, where I come from. Madam Speaker, Teso South, I want to confess that a number of families are sleeping with a cup of porridge a day. They can hardly afford 2 kgs of unga to be able to provide a meal for their families. So, whereas we know that the ASAL regions are the most hit, but I know there's a pocket in every county or sub-county that is experiencing the impact of the prolonged droughts across the country. So, as we plead with the government to intervene and provide relief food and support to the affected regions, I would also want to plead that some of these food donations should also be sent to Busia County should be sent, to Teso South should be sent, to all those areas across the country where there are families affected most by this prolonged drought. Madam Speaker, having said that, I think it's high time as a country we focus more on preventing or mitigating, having solutions that will last and that will address this problem in order to really alleviate the suffering of the people across the country. There is need going forward for us to actually look at more techniques on how to harvest water, because there are times when we get a lot of water and that water goes into waste. So there is therefore need for us to, if it is about, we have a commission, the National Drought Management Authority, they should be able to develop policies and programs that will address these issues so that we promote water harvesting techniques, and we also find a way, like for the areas in the ASAL regions, especially at a time like this, enhance tracking, water tracking, and more storage facilities so that the water can be availed to all the regions that are affected. Madam Speaker, there is also need for us to have a collective buying of livestock, especially during those times when drought is anticipated and is expected, so that we are able to sell these cows and have this income revert back and to support the affected families that are affected most by this drought. So, Madam Speaker, this is a serious issue that we must seriously consider all avenues on how to mitigate, and so that Kenyans do not continue to suffer because of drought at this age and time that we are in. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Member for Kwale County.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kuweza kunipatia nafasi hii adimu ya kuweza kuzungumza katika bunge hili la 13. Aliyoko mbele yenu ni Mheshimiwa Fatuma Masito, kiongozi kutoka Kwale. Pili, niseme ni kushukuru Mheshimiwa naibu wa spika kwa kuweza kuchaguliwa kama naibu wa spika wa bunge hili, na pia nimcongratulate au nimpatie kongole Mheshimiwa Wetangula kwa kuweza kupata nafasi hiyo ya kuwa spika. Pili au tatu, ni washukuru wananchi wa Kwale County kwa kuweza kunipatia nafasi hii, kunichagua tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 na kusema Fatuma Masito, nenda katika bunge la kitaifa ukatuwakilishe, na wenyewe wananiita Samia Suluhu. Fatuma Masito amezaliwa katika kaunti ya Kwale, nimesoma katika kaunti ya Kwale, nimeolewa katika kaunti ya Kwale, na ninafanya kazi hii ambayo nimetumwa katika bunge hili la kitaifa ndani ya Kwale County. Madam Speaker, nikisema hivyo nina maana ya kuwa Kwale County ninaielewa vizuri sana. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Kwale County kulingana na motion iliyoko mbele yetu ambayo imeletwa na ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Ali Wario, ikisema janga la njaa au janga la ukame litangazwe kama janga la kitaifa. Kwale County ni sehemu mojawapo ya zile kaunti ambazo zimekumbwa na janga hili la ukame. Tukiangalia sehemu ya Kinango sub-county, Lungalunga sub-county, na baadhi ya sehemu ya Matuga sub-county inaumia sana, Madam Speaker. Sehemu hizi zimepigwa pakubwa na janga hili la ukame. Tukiangalia kuna sehemu ya Marere, maji ya Marere. Kwa sasa hivi maji ya Marere yamekwenda kukauka. Na maji haya pia ya Marere, Mheshimiwa Spika, yanatoka Kwale lakini yanatumika katika kaunti zingine za Kwale, na wananchi wa Kwale wanakufa na kiu. Kwa sababu inasemekana kuna sheria ya miaka ya 60 ambayo inasema maji haya yatatumika katika sehemu zingine za taifa hili kuwa maji ni haki ya Mkenya yoyote yule, lakini Mkwale anaumia. Napata kuwa kuna vidimbwi sehemu zingine za kaunti au sehemu zingine za Kenya, vidimbwi vile vikubwa vikubwa, lakini Kwale kaunti bado haijabahatika kupata katika hivyo vidimbwi vikubwa vya kusaidia kaunti ile. Sehemu ya Kwale kaunti kubwa ni ya ukulima, lakini ukulima hauwezi kufanyika kwa sababu hakuna maji. Ningeomba katika ile hotuba ya rais pia, Madam Speaker, Kwale iwe katika zile kaunti ambazo zitatambuliwa na kuweza kusaidika. Na ndiyo maana niko hapa, kwa sababu ninawakilisha wananchi wa Kwale, wana kilio kikubwa. Hivi sasa ninapozungumza, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna wanyama wameletwa sehemu ya Kwale. Ngamia, maelfu ya ngamia yako sehemu ya Lungalunga, maelfu ya ngamia yako sehemu ya Kinango, na ng'ombe ambazo zimetoka sehemu tofauti tofauti. Kwa sababu sisi wa Kwale ni wakarimu, tumenyamaza, lakini tunaumia. Na imezidi kutuumiza kwa sababu ya janga hili. Imezidi kufagia nyasi, imezidi kufagia mifugo, imezidi kufagia hata mchanga wetu. Endapo mvua itanyesha wakati wowote kutoka sasa, basi Kwale County itakuwa katika zile kaunti zitakazoathirika na mmomonyoko wa ardhi. Nikiangalia kaunti zingine katika serikali iliyopita, waliweza kuboreshewa mimea yao kama vile pamba, kahawa, majani, lakini Kwale County ina mimea takriban kama mitatu: korosho, mnazi na biksa. Haijawahi kuweza kuboreshwa, kupatiwa hata siku moja pesa ya kuweza kuboresha mimea hiyo. Na ndiyo maana, Madam Speaker, watu wa Kwale walinichagua wakasema, nenda katika bunge la kitaifa ukatulilie kilio chetu. Ninaomba serikali hii iweze kusaidia watu wa Kwale, na ninaunga mkono motion iliyoko mbele ya bunge hii. Janga la ukame litangazwe kama janga la kitaifa. Asante sana Madam Speaker, na nakusalute na kupa kongole. Wewe ni mfano mkubwa kwa wanawake.
Asante sana. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 13th October 2022 at 2:30 p.m.